SAFM. SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
This issue
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
And look, we already
Corruption in South
have this
Africa
high unemployment,
has reached disgraceful
crime,
level.
drugs, and so forth.
First things first,
But I want
let's
to
get
bring
to my
you a
that's
bit
my
of
daily
what
that's my
happened
point
here.
feature. So did you see Cristiano
We have
Ronaldo
so-called
cry yesterday?
middlemen, paying the young people. So a company applies for, let's say, 500. They call it different names. There's work integrated learning as well. They apply for 500 teacher
just tell me about
assistants
how
for
this concert service
unemployed learners,
fits in with what
and
you're
then they
trying
get
to do with these
paid,
young people.
let's say, 7,000 rand for one learner, and then they pay these learners
The
4,000
reality
rand.
is that
Now
private
you take
funders
that
do not
amount,
just
you multiply by
thoughtlessly throw their
500,
resources
you
around.
see what they get a month.
It is
And
one
you
thing to get a
multiply that by
backtrack like that
18.
for a finance guy, hey?
See what
Somebody
they get.
just WhatsApped
Yet
me to
still,
say that
that
she
means
has
they
a
take all of
daughter
that money,
who has
They
hearing
don't give
loss.
the learners their pay slip.
Corruption in
They
South
don't give
Africa
them
has
their
reached
stipend.
disgraceful level.
They come back home crying.
First things first,
"My daughter
let's
is
get to
now.
my that's
This is
my
wrong."
daily that's my point feature.
And
So
this has been
did
coming
you
for 6
did you
months
see
now.
Cristiano Ronaldo cry
Yeah, no
yesterday?
So it's bad. I think the government has to do something about it. I don't know why they can't host employees with the learners directly. In other words, pay them directly from the account to their account, and not have the middleman.
Just tell me about how
a lot
this
of the
concert
issues that we
service
have here
fits in
are
with
caused
what
by
you're
the
trying to do
middleman,
with these young
because they have to submit an invoice, get paid, then pay the learner.
Yeah, look,
The reality
I hear
is
what you're saying. I
that
wonder
private
how much of
funders
it
do
also
not
rests
just
on the fact that
thoughtlessly throw
these
their
are
resources
also
around.
skills programs.
It is
and
one
there's
thing to
certain
get a
ways
backtrack
in
like
which
that
they're
for a
supposed to
finance guy, hey?
run.
Somebody
Of
just
course, if that's
WhatsApped
not
me to
happening,
say
it
that
raises
she has
other
a daughter
questions
who
altogether,
has hearing
right?
loss.
Because that expense is not
Corruption
just
in
money
South
that's
Africa
given to a
has
company
reached
for the sake of
disgraceful
it.
level.
There are particular things. that
First
they're
things first,
supposed to be
let's
doing
get to
that
my
speak to
that's
how
my
these
daily
young
that's my
people are
point
being
feature. So
skilled
did
in
you
those professions.
did you see Cristiano
You
Ronaldo
find
cry
even that
yesterday?
Killing process is not happening as it is supposed to happen. You find that construction, let me give an example, construction type of a learner, let's say they've gone for their M6 at FET college,
just tell me about
get
how this
taken,
concert service
put on a work
fits in
integrated
with what you're
learning
trying to do
program
with these young people.
with an idea that they are coming to gain experience. So this middle company takes them
The
and
reality
puts
is
them on
that
site
private
with
funders
a
do not just
contractor or
thoughtlessly
subcontractor,
throw their
and
resources
then they
around.
sweep floors.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody
What
just
they were taught
WhatsApped me
at
to
the
say
college.
that
Okay.
she has a
Sia,
daughter
thanks for raising
who
that
has
issue,
hearing
an
loss.
important perspective
Corruption in
relation
South
to
Africa
this
has
issue
reached
of,
disgraceful level.
teachers assistants that
First things
are,
first, let's get to my that's my daily that's my point feature. So did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has expressed concern over the ongoing gun violence in the province. This follows an incident in which 5 people were shot dead at a tavern in
just tell me about
Zitobeni
how
in
this concert
Bronkhorstspruit.
service
Alleged
fits in
organized
with
crime
what you're
boss
trying
and
to do
murder
with these
accused
young
Nafiz Modak and co-accused, including Zain Killian, are expected back in the Western Cape High Court
The
today.
reality
And the
is
former
that private
Mzimkhulu
funders
municipal
do not
managers
just
Wilipanzi
thoughtlessly throw their
Sikosana and 2
resources around.
co-accused are today
It
expected
is one
to
thing to
appear
get
in
a
the High
backtrack like
Court
that
in
for a finance
Pietermaritzburg.
guy, hey?
Somebody
Cindy
just
Somaka
WhatsApped me
murder
to say
case.
that
I'll have
she has a
details
daughter
on these and
who
other
has hearing
stories
loss.
at 10.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful level.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 0113.
This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a
the Department of Basic Education just to prove that democratic
daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people?
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly
We are urging residents, if they can, to remain indoors and avoid from seeking shelter under isolated trees or tall objects. Never attempt to cross any flooded roads. For any emergencies, call us on 107 or alternatively on 012-358-6300.
Recapping the top story, the Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has expressed concern over the ongoing gun violence in the province. This follows an incident in which 5 people were shot dead at a tavern in Zitobeni in Bronkhorstspruit. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Greetings, South Africa. My name is Walter Steenbok, SABC Sport Football Analyst. My favorite African dish, pap and mokhodu. My top 3 holiday destinations will be Thailand, followed by Cape Town, and of course Zanzibar. Yeah, between a train driver and a pilot, I'll really choose to be a train driver. You know, because I'm on the ground. It's very, very safe, and I hate heights. Between fruits and veggies, I think I like fruits, especially apples. I love to kick penalties against between Sipho Chine and Ronwen Williams. I'll choose Ronwen Williams because I'll put it right in the middle. I saw over the weekend.
Do not miss out on electrifying football analysis on Match Days with Walter Koyoko Steenbok. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family, or neighbors to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday, the 12th of October.
SAFM's Meeting Point invites you to join Koketso Sachane for a roundtable dialogue on the crime and gangsterism plaguing the Cape Flats. Join us at the SABC1's M1 studios in Cape Town, where Koketso, together with guests, unpack the crisis, and asks how we can make our communities safer. Tune in to The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane on Wednesday, the 8th of October, as we unpack this critical conversation. To be part of the studio audience, email info@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Eight after 10 o'clock, welcome to the second hour of the Talking Point. Coming up in this hour, we're going to be in conversation with Anglican Archbishop of Southern Africa, Reverend Thabo Makgoba. We'll be talking about the state of South Africa and what we need to do to start turning things around, at least in a way that can help build our nation rather than the current state of brokenness that we tend to find ourselves in. Before we get into that conversation, let's take some of your WhatsApp voice notes from the open line.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Why is Patricia de Lille always so shocked when one talks to her about corruption? Oh, she's the whistleblower. She is this, she is that. She will call out corruption wherever she smells it. But when it was time to vote on Section 89 in the Pala Pala saga, she abstained. She couldn't take a stand because she's employed by Ramaphosa. And so she had to shut up. Teresa.
Morning, Cathy. Morning, South Africa. Well, the immorality that has engulfed us, part of it is that we are landless. And none of these political parties are addressing the issue of the land, are addressing the issue of the ownership of our minerals. We must just live as if everything is fine. People are becoming immoral because everything is being commodified. Even religion is being commodified. Faith, everything, love. They expect us to be moral. We need our land back. These spaza shops which are being formed left, right, and center must address the issue of the land, not the issue of ethics and morality. The land and its minerals. We are landless, we are hungry. Major from Kwatem.
Good morning, Cathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners. Happy Monday, Cathy. You know why I'm happy? Because Stellenbosch did their job, and I'm happy for Stellenbosch. Really happy, because now it's so quiet. It's so quiet. Lama vugu Chiefs and Lama vugu Sundowns are puming. It's so quiet now. They are hiding themselves. Well done, Stellenbosch. Well done, Stellies. It's Honorable Magwicha Ayakubana, a Western Cape 2. Thank you, Stellenbosch. Thank you.
Those two guys, they must come to the radio. Kahube and also the premier. We must come to the radio and account. We cannot just ask ourselves questions, hence they cannot answer. They must answer themselves. They are the leaders. Cannot be only Aaron Motsoaledi who are counting this country. Thank you.
Good morning, Cathy. This is Pizzo here in Pamperstad. Cathy, yesterday or over the weekend, I had Secretary General of, let me cut it short, Fikile Mbalula. He said Brown Mokhoti sent him in a WhatsApp and he's not going to answer it. And he was wondering where Brown got his numbers. Okay, we are not interested on where Brown got his numbers, but we are interested in the WhatsApp because he says not going to reply to him. So as much as he don't know where Brown got his numbers, he must also tell us what the WhatsApp say before he can make a lot of noise and denying that he knows Brown Mokgotsi. Thank you.
Cathy Mohlahlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, let's get into our 10 o'clock conversation this morning. You know, South Africans often will describe some of the events that they see unfolding in the country as a movie, right? That we are faced with issues of corruption, the state of politics, high crime, violence, right? The high rate of youth unemployment just being amongst the host of crises that we have to tackle as a society. And it's left many people with a sense of disillusionment, but also very disgruntled with the state of our affairs, of the state of affairs of our nation. The National Dialogue platform was started as a way of being able to perhaps give voice to South Africans in terms of coming up with solutions to some of the problems that we face. Because the question which we are confronted with in this moment is, what is it that we must do? What then is to be done to turn things around? Anglican Archbishop of Southern Africa, Reverend Thabo Makgoba, is our guest this morning. He joins us on the line. Reverend, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning, Cathy, and good morning to your listeners.
We appreciate the fact that you've made time to come and have this conversation with us. In many ways, we have seen in the last, especially 5 years, just how important the role of the church has been in speaking into what is happening within our political system. Before we get into that aspect of our conversation, I just want to hear from you. When you think about our nation currently, Reverend Makgoba, what is it really that you see when you look at South Africa today?
Cathy, thank you so much. When I looked at South Africa with the eyes of the media, the newspapers, I weep. And when I move from that context and I go to Makgoba Kloof, I go to Sharpeville, I go to Langa Nyanga, I sob, and I see that our most urgent challenge in South Africa is to overcome the huge gap between the rich and the poor, and to restore just basic things like water supplies, fix our roads, ensure that rubbish is collected, provide electricity, create environments in which all of us can live decent lives in all our communities. And when I cross over to where the church has a house, a bishop's court, or I visit friends in certain suburbs, I see the opposite. Rubbish is collected. There are no leaking taps in certain instances. There are security that are guarding the public roads, and some roads have been shut to the bulk of the populace, and people live in cocoons. So it's as if we are a society that is so ill, so afraid, as you said in your introduction, so disillusioned. But I'm a priest, I'm a pastor. I live in hope. I know we will overcome. Let me stop there.
As you paint this picture for us, Archbishop, it is really the tale of two South Africas, right? One part of South Africa that has access, that has, and the other part of South Africa that does not have. What is it that has changed, maybe within our psyche as a society, that this state of affairs seems to be acceptable or even accepted as the norm? That it's almost like this is the way that things should be, and there's no other way that they could be.
Cathy, I vividly remember growing up in Alexander Township and in Pimville, and my family could visit my grandmother regularly in Sharpeville, and on many holidays we will go to Mahoba's Kloof. And one being so disillusioned when we crisscrossed the country as young kids like that. I remember in the 1980s when political parties again were banned, but what I take from that period of what I call great disillusionment is we didn't just complain, Cathy. We organized and we said we can do it. I remember the street committees. I remember the old ladies in Pimville go and exercise. I still believe we can do it. We cannot just accept the status quo. We cannot allow corruption to envelope us in despair. Our constitution, particularly the preamble, enjoins us that we have covenanted for a better South Africa. We know that these hurts and pains and segregation should be the issues of the past, and that we must make South Africa to be a place for all of us. And in your introduction, you said something about national dialogue. Perhaps we need to take control of this national dialogue, which is set to involve about 14,000 community dialogues at ward, district, and sectorial levels. And then people there can come with innovative solutions, and people there can really articulate what their needs are, and people can feel heard, and people can be re-motivated to say, politicians are corrupt, maybe big business is corrupt, and as one of your callers said, it cuts across the whole of our community. But let's seize this opportunity to have a social compact that will benefit us, take us from this pain and sense of helplessness to the South Africa that the preamble to the Constitution enjoins us to think about and to act towards.
A part of the opportunity of democracy was the ability to influence the state of affairs. So even when we look at how inequality is affecting our country, it was that, all sectors of society would be influenced to deal with some of these ills, including inequality. And yet, 30 years into democracy, we sometimes have a sense, Archbishop, that there are some in South Africa who believe that people who are in informal settlements, people who live in townships that are underserved and underdeveloped, that they are there because of their own doing. That they have not worked hard enough in school, that they have not worked hard enough to get the right kind of employment, to get the right kind of jobs, to get out of those areas. Can we deal with that? And and perhaps also speak to the heart of why we see the structure of our society remaining what it is.
Cathy, I hear the framework that you are providing, and it really is a very helpful framework, because it says we can't be in a hurry to fix if we don't know where we come from, if we don't know that there was a framework in the past, whether one calls it colonialism, apartheid, that articulated this process to say it will go like this and create the wealth gap that we're talking about, and that the resources that we have will be taken away from here, elsewhere, developed there, and be sold back to us expensively. And that has led to intergenerational debilitating gap between the rich and the poor, between those that have access and those that do not have. There was a legislation and law that said there will be spatial apartheid. The black poor will stay in Alexander Township in order to provide work for those in Johannesburg. So we're still reeling from that architecture in terms of place and people and how others have benefited from it. Of course, into fast-forward democracy, some have benefited from, say, black economic empowerment. Some have benefited from houses. Some have benefited from access to wealth, better schooling than some of us had in those days. So there's a bit of movement. But the bulk of South Africans still live in abject poverty. The Bantu education, if I may go there, wanted to produce busboys and people that will interpret how those that make more money to those that were majority and working down in the mines or as assistants. So that is the baggage that we are carrying, Cathy. But we covenanted as South Africans, and we gained political independence and in 1994, and we articulated that independence in our beautiful constitution. What we have not really wrestled with, rolled our sleeves, Cathy, and engaged one another, is how do we get economic independence, what I call in my theological term that I put into everyday context, the new struggle, the struggle that will ensure that the majority of South Africans have access to jobs, have access to health, have access to the resources that will make them participate like those that have, and so that we can close this gap. Let me pause there, Cathy, to say the challenge is not small, and the fact that now the rural areas in Makhoba's are not being developed. Everybody is running to Zaneni, is running to Polokwane, is running to Gauteng to get jobs. The rural places will be empty. The urban centers will be overpopulated. And I am not sure if we're starting to think about this inequality in 2030, in 2043, in 2063. And I think as we fix what's broken, we also need to look at how do we arrest this gap that I'm talking about going into the future.
Do you get a sense, Archbishop, that there is an appreciation for the great deal of strife and pain that is emanating out of this inequality, that those who are making decisions about our country, about our lives effectively, and how our lives are structured, that they are intentionally wanting to solve this problem of inequality. Because if you can't see the suffering of another human being, if you can't feel the pain of that suffering, then you're immune to whatever happens. You're indifferent. Whether somebody has water, whether they don't have water, it's just water off your back, because, well, it means nothing to you. There's no association with the condition of that person to whatever role you play and you do on a day-to-day basis.
Cathy, just to answer you directly, I sometimes don't feel it, I don't see it, that those that are in governance care enough to deal with those. I know the country owes a lot of money. South Africa is bankrupt because of all these monies that we borrow. But the monies that we borrow, Cathy, can make a difference and ensure that our governance is not for those that are in power, but our governance is to the service of all South Africans. You know, I bumped into, really by chance last night as I was thinking, what is Cathy going to ask me today? I bumped into an article saying the Chandler's the Chandler's Good Government Index. And in terms of our governance as a country, we are ranked poorly, number 77 out of 120. And the article published in that particular newspaper says this confirms what most South Africans already knew deep in their bones, that we are being run by the mafia edition of a government. I know that is very harsh, that is very rough, but some people feel like the people that allow Tembisa Hospital to be outsourced and given to people that they do not have control over, and huge sums of money are taken and the whistleblowers are killed. Now there is the Hawks. I'm not sure it's a retrospective thing or the rot is too deep that the Hawks cannot ignore now. Are investigating almost major municipalities. So it's as if maybe more than not caring, it was as if there's the arrogance and the impunity that we're in charge. As one book that I read about Kenya, it's we're in charge. It's our time to eat. Attitude. So, and I hope I'm wrong, Cathy. I hope that South Africans are smart and we can feel, we know the pain of where we come from. But at the moment, I am left with a sense that there's so much impunity that some are saying, well, I can't count beyond a million, Cathy. Some talk about billions and millions, and it's becoming smaller and smaller as they eat and steal, and let the poor look after themselves.
We're going to continue our conversation with Anglican Archbishop Reverend Thabo Makgoba. Now it's time for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Cathy. On the news headlines on SAFM, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The government of Eswatini says it will receive 11 more people deported from the U.S. this month. This after Eswatini accepted 5 deportees from the U.S. in July. The Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has expressed concern over the ongoing gun violence in the province. This follows an incident in which 5 people were shot dead at a tavern in Zitobeni in Bronkhorstspruit. And the police watchdog, the IPD, is investigating an incident in which an 11-year-old girl from Delft on Cape Flats was killed and 2 others injured after a police van hit them. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Well, taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand is currently trading at 17 rand 23 to the dollar, 23 rand 19 to the pound, and 20 rand 22 to the euro. Markets in Asia ended mixed, the JSE higher in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe have extended gains. Gold is trading at $3,863, platinum $1,575 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $64.57 a barrel.
For the best marine migration, you go to KZN. For the best hiking trails, you go to the Drakensberg. For the best flower show, you go to Namakwaland. And for the best in investments, go to Nedbank. Earn up to 10.47% interest with the Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. For better returns, open an Electronic Optimum Plus account today. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Great news, travelers! FlySafair is now flying between Cape Town and Hoedspruit 3 times a week. So, whether you want to chase the Big 5 in Kruger, soak up the views at God's Window, or wind through the beautiful panorama route, Hoedspruit is the perfect launchpad to some of SA's amazing natural treasures. Ready to go from coastlines to canyons in just a few clicks? Book flights now at flysafair.co.za from just 1,570 Rand. FlySafair, for the love of fly. T's and C's apply.
Gordon Ramsay is back, and your favorite kitchen disasters are still somehow in business. New season, same confused chefs, terrifying walk-ins, and enough grease to fry your Wi-Fi. Watch as Gordon tries to fix the unfixable with nothing but sheer rage, British sarcasm, and an iron stomach. Kitchen Nightmares Season 8, Wednesdays at 6 p.m. on S3. Come for the food, stay for the emotional damage.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
You're listening to The Talking Point. We're in conversation with Anglican Archbishop of Southern Africa, Reverend Thabo Makgoba. We're talking about the state of South Africa and perhaps what are some of the practical steps that we can begin to take to turn the ship around in the midst of all of the crises that we're facing as a nation. Reverend Makgoba, you just talked about the impunity with which we are seeing things being done at a governance level in our country. This has left many South Africans with that feeling of helplessness, which sometimes I think it can be strange, because when you look at our political party system and the number of political parties that we have registered in the country, the interests that they represent, South Africans really shouldn't find it hard to find a political home through which their views, their ideas can find expression. And yet, when we look at the number of people who turn up to vote during the elections, and the number of parties who actually end up represented, it's very clear that there are many who feel that they just don't have the right kind of options. And it leads to a state of helplessness. I wonder, how have you been trying to navigate this particular issue of how it is that people can regain hope, of how it is that people can contribute to perhaps a different outcome of tomorrow, even within the current political party system?
Thank you, Cathy. I've been involved because I'm in the business of hope. If the Archbishop loses hope, the church could just as well fold up and go. And we don't want that pessimistic feeling enveloping all of us. But again, hope is not just taking a Panado and think that when I wake up, the headache called South Africa and the inequality will be gone. And some of the things that we do is at the South African Council of Churches level, encourage other Bafundices to say, hey, let's open our churches, which we mainly use on Sunday, Saturday, and Wednesday. Let's open them to run early childhood centers, and let's inculcate a sense of confidence right from those early years, because some of us are old and are formed in our ways of thinking. And I've been engaged with the project since the Lonmin shootings, that hopeless death-dealing encounter in democratic South Africa. I've been accompanying the families, challenging the current owners of the previous Lonmin to care, to build toilets and houses for those that have lost. Not an easy one. But more recently, I've agreed, after much wrestling, to the invitation by the president to be one of the eminent persons group that guides the national dialogue. And that gives me a sense of hope. I know there are people that are cynical about the national dialogue. And interestingly, most of those are the urban elites who are more comfortable with the status quo and who are trapped in, who don't care about people who are trapped in the urban ghettos where services don't work, or who don't care about people who are starving in the rural areas. So what excites me about and what gives me hope about the national dialogue is, respected grassroots organizations, Cathy, are supporting it. I mean, when the shack dwellers, Abahlali Basemjondolo, said, we are in it because we want to put possible solution and the needs of Abahlali. I mean, I said, wow, this promises some help. When in the Funugwazi here in Cape Town, who talks about reclaim the city, said we are in it, equal education. I've worked with them in the Eastern Cape to highlight the plight of schools with no proper sanitation, the right to know, the Rural Women Assembly, the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa, just to mention a few. When those, Cathy said, we are in it, I said, well, therein lies the possibility of South Africans once again plugging into the spirit of the 1980s and saying, maybe the stat says the least trusted people are politicians and political parties, but the most trusted people are the churches and to some extent business. Now let's do something ourselves, and then I've also encouraged people to go and vote. Cathy, there's a program, very small, it's called the Archbishop Vote Initiative, where we speak to the young people in our churches. We teach them about the need to read political manifestos, and then to learn how voting is done, and to go and vote, and to learn how to hold their councillors accountable. And lastly, I mean, I don't miss a God-given opportunity that almost every Sunday, sometimes more, the country and God has given me an opportunity to speak and say something to South Africans. And when I have that opportunity, I do highlight these matters. I was at Sharpeville, where my mother, as I said, grew up. It was painful to see Sharpeville, the township that I used to love, so uncared for. I insist on going to Malkobaskloof, where there was no tar and the clinic was not good. There is tar road and a clinic, so I give thanks for those little achievement. But that is at an individual, personal level in my representative capacity as Archbishop. But I work with the interfaith group. I work with the ecumenical group. Just about 3 weeks ago, we went to the mosque in Mitchell's Plain, and we prayed in the mosque. And some of us took a walk of witness to the police station. We laid the roses there, just used the symbolism of water to cleanse the ill in society, and incense to take our prayers to God, but saying to the people of Mitchell's Plain, you are not forgotten. We will not forget you, and to some extent putting moral pressure to bear on the criminal syndicates to say, we here and our faith calls us to name the ills of society, but to those that have locked themselves in their rooms and their houses, to say the faith leaders and the faith communities are there to ensure that your dignity and your freedom is assured. Come and join us as we reclaim these streets. And the last one, Cathy, about 3 weeks ago also, I was in Taung, where that part of the Anglican Church was meeting. I was touched that the young king there, or chief, is wanting to work for the betterment of the people in Taung, but the odds are challenging. And Taung, I'm not saying the homeland system was better, but Taung during the homeland system seemed to have better schools. And but now some of those things are white elephants. So sorry, I sound like I'm rattling, but all I'm saying is South Africa has gone off the rail, but it ain't that broken. So we are South Africans. We've been through difficult times, and we can do it. Let us focus. Let us name and shame those politicians that are corrupt. Let us report those within our townships and suburbs who are peddling drugs and undermining South Africa. Let us also, like in my township, there are people who are unemployed. They stay next to the corners, next to a pothole. They put sand there and some pebbles, and they ask for donation. It's part of being innovative about the challenges that we have, but making South Africa work.
You touched on urban elites who you say, you describe them as being quite, I guess, to some extent divorced from some of the problems happening in the country, and they being amongst the loudest voices in as far as opposition to the national dialogue is concerned. How do you think that urban elites can be getting involved in the challenges that the country faces? Is there a different posture that perhaps you think we should be taking that can actively help in trying to solve some of the challenges the country is facing? Because the reality is that either way, government is only going to go so far They can't fix everything.
Yes. Yeah. No, Cathy, I agree. I have got a number of them in the pews of my parish, and if you throw them under one blanket as corrupt urban elites and politicians, they jump up and down to say be specific. But maybe it is to ask some of the urban elites, challenge them, no doubt, to say almost every week on my desk I receive a request, Cathy, for a bursary by a brilliant student who has been eliminated from the university because they don't have the resources. And perhaps I should be more bold and take some of those requests to some of my urban elites to say, here's a way you can play a part. But because you're also benefiting from being in business with corrupt political officials, we cannot let you off the hook. You just need to do a business in a clean way, in a way that it does not rob South Africa. The other example is, during COVID, I did lose my temper and say they are stealing the people's money and dikiwe. And after really throwing a temper tantrum, two wealthy South Africans came along, created money to save small business enterprises by creating a COVID fund, not from what the government ran. And one, after COVID, they shut that initiative. But there is the South Africa Future Trust that I am a trustee. We still continue. We've helped through some of who are called urban elites, some businesses to get revenue, and when some of those businesses that have repaid those soft loans right to us, to South Africa Future Trust, they are so grateful that at least we didn't all fold our arms and say COVID is going to take all of us. The urban elites did not only speak, they took out their money and assisted. And maybe that is the posture that we could adopt, Cathy, in working with the likes of Business South Africa, Ndatemwelezi Mbeki, Mavuso, the Oppenheimers, and the others to say we are also responsible for those corrupt people that still under our watch. Can we do something? Can we create a culture and models of excellence that says you don't have to steal in order to be important? Let us be characterized as people that are known for Ubuntu, and we share the little that we have so that everyone can benefit and everyone can have access.
Okay. We're going to continue the conversation with the Archbishop shortly. I'll also be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumeleng Kune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kune's analysis of Ibola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Cathy Mohlahlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Good morning, Cathy, and the listeners of the show. Cathy, if you play a game of chess, there's a move that we say divide and rule. The story of Babel in the Bible, that when people are unity with one language, you can't overpower them, they will outthrow you. That was what the apartheid government did to us, especially in Soweto, that they put us in separation because of languages. Then they make us not to learn one another's languages. And then that's where most of our problems came from, because if we fight according to the language. If we fight according to race. We don't analyze our problems as a mistake. In a black society, we suffer a lot of strange things that are not within our values in society. Brian Mabai from Proteagland. Thanks for the great show.
Morning, Cathy. People living in suburbs, there's no mercy for them, are paying rates, are fixing their leaking pipes by themselves. If they don't pay rates, their electricity will be off. They are paying everything. Especially the middle class is suffering in this country. They are paying for those who are not paying. The problem, the government is corrupt and the church leaders are quiet because some of them are political members. Thank you, Cathy.
Hi, Cathy. I hope you're having a good morning. This national dialogue is completely pointless. The fact that your guest speaks to his congregation about what they think should be done regarding the national dialogue or what's important is irrelevant. South Africans have already voted for who is representing us. No church represents us. The biggest religious political party, the ACDP, has a negligible amount of votes. And I think it is undemocratic for any religious group to be represented in the national dialogue and to speak on behalf of anyone. Anonymous, KZN.
Good morning, Cathy. About the Archbishop there, why is he so quiet about so many children that are being born in South Africa out of wedlock? Why are they keeping quiet the church? There are too many children that are being born and they are suffering. Where is family planning? Why they can't advocate for abstinence from the kids? Especially today's black people who are having so many children and then from there they end up suffering. No bread, no food. They can't even take them to school. They must focus on that, on family planning and on advising people about child neglect. Thank you, Pastor Cape Town.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
All right, Archbishop, you heard some of the reflections from our listeners. Let me give you a chance to respond.
Yes, Cathy. When I receive their views with humility, and in fact, they are all stressing the importance of a national dialogue because we can't talk at each other. We need eyeball to eyeball and really wrestle with these and create a social compact that will better serve South Africans. ACDP is not a South African Council of Churches. It doesn't represent all faith groups. It's a political party. But Cathy, I think at the heart of what they're saying goes back to your earlier question, that it is not only government which is failing, and the business community is also capable. They tend to pursue profit only in the safest, most affluent areas. And my call, really, based on these comments, is the business community must invest where jobs are scarce and where hope is scarce too. They must help create dignified employment. I know the CETAs have got all sorts of challenges, but business in South Africa can create apprenticeship and training program, and there can be what I call the corporate citizen who recognizes that their success is bound with the welfare of the wider community. Our universities too, we are in it together. So the church can't be relegated to family planning only, to reading the moral codes and the polarization that is undergirded by some of the comments here. But we can't be ivory towers. Universities cut out of realities of communities, churches cut out of realities of communities, race, privilege, excluding us from creating the real opportunities for our young people and for those that are marginalized and are in the periphery of our society. That is my call, and that is my hope that the national dialogue, not as a panado, as I said, that will take the headache that we feel in South Africa, but as one of the steps that will lead us forward. We've never had this. Most of the compacts have been done by government for the people. So this is an opportunity for all of us to bring those points that your callers have made.
So as we wrap things up then, Archbishop, what is it that you would like to leave with us as South Africans, the people that are tuned into this program this morning?
Cathy, I would like to thank you for inviting me, for creating this space, and for your callers for making these calls. I would like us really, I want to start where I began, that our most urgent challenge is to overcome the huge wealth gap between the rich and the poor. And if the government is failing and business is failing, can the churches and the faith communities and everyone just help to restore the water supplies? Can we all come together, fix our roads? In Alex, we used to have Mr. Clean, who used to help us clean and plant trees in Soweto. Can we have pride of our places? And can we help the flourishing of our township and our villages? And politicians, please stop stealing. Corporate South Africa, please don't enable. Can those that are arrested really be charged? Can we set an example and have the value that of Ubuntu, that we are all created in the image of God and we matter, and we will make this beautiful country beautiful again.
Let me thank you for your contributions to our conversation this morning, Reverend Thabo Makgoba, who's the Anglican Archbishop of Southern Africa. It's 11 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Thank you, Cathy. On the top stories, emergency services at the scene of a cash-in-transit heist in Rustenburg, and France's rape victim Giselle Pellicot to face one of her attackers. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. A number of people are reported to have been killed in a cash-in-transit heist on the N4 near Mooinooi outside Rustenburg in the northwest. The Provincial Community Safety Department says emergency services are still on the scene. It says the incident has prompted the closure of the affected part of the N4. Traffic authorities have advised motorists to use the R104 as an alternative route. The death toll is unclear at this stage as details are still sketchy. Government of Eswatini says it will receive 11 more people deported from the U.S. this month. This after Eswatini accepted 5 deportees from the U.S. in July. The authorities in Eswatini say the individuals will be kept separate from the public while arrangements are being made for their return to their countries of origin. They have not specified the arrival date of the second batch of deportees. South Africa has expressed concern over the deportees who are reported to have been convicted of serious crimes, saying they are a threat to national security. The Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has expressed concern over the ongoing gun violence in the province. This follows an incident in which 5 people were shot dead at a tavern in Zitobeni, Brockensprade. According to preliminary reports, 6 other people were wounded after 2 suspects entered the tavern in the early hours of yesterday. The suspects reportedly demanded that one of the patrons hand over his firearm to them, after which the shooting ensued. The committee says the tragedy underscores the urgent need to address an increase in violent crimes due to proliferation of firearms in social spaces such as taverns. Dr. Bandile Masuku is the committee's chairperson.
The committee is alarmed by the brazenness of the perpetrators and the apparent ease with which firearms are accessed and used to commit this type of heinous crimes. The committee notes with concern that the incident comes shortly after the release of the national and provincial crime statistics for the last quarter. While these statistics provide a broader overview of crime trends, they do not sufficiently isolate and highlight the growing threat posed by gun-related violence in our province.
The police watchdog, the IPD, is investigating an incident in which an 11-year-old girl from Delft on the Cape Flats was killed and 2 others injured after a police van hit them. The incident happened on Saturday night after the police van veered off the road and crashed into a shack. The deceased has been identified as Namhla Nondala. Her grandfather is Zolanda Lassi.
We as a family, we want the state to bury our daughter. 2, me as personally, I want the names of those 2 police who killed our daughter. Thirdly, I said I want those 2 police to face the law.
France's mass rape victim Giselle Pelicot is returning to court today to face one of her attackers. The only man is appealing against last year's trial verdict in which a total of 51 accused or convicted of raping Pelicot. The incident happened as Pelicot lay after her husband had dragged her in their family home. The BBC's Andrew Harding reports.
Giselle Pelicot does not have to be in court for this 4-day appeal, but her lawyer told the BBC the 72-year-old felt a responsibility to show up, as she did so publicly and memorably during the original trial. The man challenging his conviction at the appeal court here in Nîmes is currently out of prison on medical grounds. Hussametin Dogan, a builder, continues to insist, like many of the others did, that he could not have raped an unconscious Giselle Pelicot since he believed he was taking part in a consensual sexual fantasy. A jury will now hear that argument and watch the video that Dominique Pelicot filmed in the couple's bedroom.
Recapping the top story, a number of people are reported to have been killed in a cash-in-transit heist on the N4 near Mooinooi outside Rustenburg in the northwest. The Provincial Community Safety Department says emergency services are still on the scene. I'm Ondilambana for SFM News Headlines at 11:30.
EFC is live this Thursday. The man of the people, Billy Wisstason,
if you're inside here and you give up, then you're not supposed to be inside here.
Steps up to challenge the Zambian champion, Ken Sekeletu, for his interim EFC featherweight title.
This is the moment I've been waiting for. This is the moment I've been training for. And this is the moment where I came to South Africa.
EFC 128, live from the world's sports betting arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ngiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Morning, Cathy and SAFM listeners. This is Alex from Woodbank. Cathy, the gap between the rich and the poor would always be wide for one reason. The poor are generally wasteful. The little they get, they spend it very wastefully. Their infrastructure is poorer by the day because they destroy it. If you look at what happens in, say, high-density suburbs, Kokasini, people are busy digging those tarmac, putting tents whenever there's a death. What are you going to remain with? Then you blame the municipalities for not giving service delivery. Yes, there is need to improve service delivery, but this is one area. Another issue is of people, if they would focus on people who are siphoning the treasury through unscrupulous business ethics, this is where the problem lies, rather than focusing on foreigners who are even underpaid and mostly self-employed. Thank you.
Katie, good morning. We are in trouble. Even the church is helpless. I mean, people cannot be in power and be stealing. We lack the caliber of the best prophets, the best men of God would stand in front of people who are evil to say it cannot happen. We are all alone. How can the bishop say that the children in our community should be closing potholes while we are paying taxes and there's no service delivery? Because of these people who have been put in power, I think we must go and change the vote and take ANC out of power. Thank you.
Good morning, Katie. I just hope now that the ANC leaders will stop doing corruption and start serving South African citizens with love and integrity, because South Africans are no longer mourning their death. Actually, they just laugh at them and wish many more of them can die, because they have suffered a lot in the hands of the ANC leaders. Thank you, Kathy. Mbongeleni Zuma from Pietermaritzburg.
Morning, sis Kitty. It's Illustrator from Cape Town. I believe was teacher assistant thing. Political parties use it only for political gain, trying to win votes from the voters. Even was thing for EPW, I think it is a way of manipulating the labor numbers. You see, it doesn't really reflect what it really means, because of the fact that it's not a permanent job creation. If you can go and check the numbers, I don't believe it is making any difference.
Hi, Kathy. With regards to the political parties that have come together to form one political party, I don't think that there is something new that they're going to bring to South Africans. I think political parties have failed us in South Africa. Kathy, why can't, as a country, have, for instance, say a 50-year strategy, and then a political party that wins elections is allocated a portion of that strategy to say, Party A, because you've won the elections, this is what we are expecting from you. And then after that, we review after 5 years, we see what were the gaps, what were the achievements. And then if another political party comes in, we do the same. Instead of having all these parties having their own manifestos, it's not going to take us anywhere. Let's have one big strategy, and then we allocate the political parties what they need to do.
Cathy Mohlahlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, this past weekend, the world commemorated Teachers' Day under the 2025 UNESCO theme, Recasting Teaching as a Collaborative Profession. The day honors the contributions made by these public servants to education, their contributions in classrooms, and of course their role in building tomorrow's leaders. When we look at the role of teachers, however, it has been evolving from being able to guide their students emotionally, creatively, but how is technology and artificial intelligence then also affecting this role? We're going to be unpacking this particular conversation shortly. Mr. Abe Ngwenya is an unemployed high school teacher, and he teaches subjects grade 10 to 12, maths, physical science, and life sciences. And on YouTube, he's got a platform called Uncle Pythagoras. Mr. Ngwenya, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Casey. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for making time to speak with us this hour. Dr. Dionita Demons is director at the Boston City campus. Dr. Dionita, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And Basil Manuel is executive director at the National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa. That's NAPTOSA. Basil, good morning to you.
Good morning, Cathy, and good morning to our other guests too.
Well, an important day to commemorate World Teachers' Day. So happy World Teachers' Day to the three of you, because I know you're all teachers in your own right. But if we're to look at how the teaching profession has been evolving, and just the way in which the shifts in, I guess, modernity, the introduction of technology, and now we talk about artificial intelligence, how all of those are influencing how we organize and run our lives. There are, of course, fundamentals that, I guess, stay in place where teachers are concerned, Basil. How would you say that teachers have been affected by these changes? How is the profession evolving?
Cathy, thank you for that. Let me agree with you. The fundamentals don't change. What schooling is about does not change, because we must understand and we must have a common view of what schooling is about. But with changes to technology, etc., of course there have been changes. Now, when you think about AI specifically, suddenly our people are at sea. And many of our teachers are falling around at the moment, and many of our schools are, because suddenly every child is performing very well in mathematics. The mathematics homework is being done. And could they have suddenly become such good learners? Answer is no. They are using the technology to assist them with homework. So the whole culture of homework has to be re-looked at, and we have to look at how do we use those types of technology to assist rather than to become a device to circumvent the purpose of something like homework. And it is something that teachers are grappling with now. And simple things like the cell phone or the mobile phone has become, in some places, a nightmare. In other places, it has become a really, really good tool to use. It depends on the perspective you have and the amount of preparation that you do to use the technology. So, Cathy, life is changing very fast out there. Not all teachers are keeping pace with it, and certainly the department is running way behind with that pace.
When you talk about cell phones becoming somewhat of a nightmare, please explain that to us, Basil.
I'm saying it is a nightmare where people haven't learned to use it as a device, as an assistive device within school, where children are misusing the phone. We see how they are filming all different things. We see how it is being used to even copy in exams. We had took exams one year where it was used. Those are the things. And then, of course, they ring out of line. And then just simply the management of them at schools is a nightmare, because they get stolen and then parents come and want the school to deal with it. On the other hand, there are schools that have used them much more cleverly, where they are using the device to assist in researching things to get to a particular point. And with smartphones being so common now, the potential is endless.
Dionita, what Basil is saying to me, it shouldn't be surprising, but I must say I wasn't quite prepared for the full extent that you have, young children, especially within the basic education space, who are using artificial intelligence to help them with their homework. We've seen it in universities, right, and institutions of higher learning, and just how it's affecting learning at that level. Speak to us about part of the experience that you have seen, and how it's helping you rethink this idea of homework, of assignments, of how it is then that you actually get to assess and evaluate whether a student is learning what they're supposed to be.
I agree with the other panelists, and I think it goes back to how we use AI and how we incorporate AI and how we use AI to complement the role of the educator. I think traditionally we saw the educator as a primary source of knowledge, but now information is everywhere, and like my co-panelists indicated, it's on your phone, it's on your social feed. So modern educator is no longer the gatekeeper of knowledge; they're more like the navigator. In our specific area, we've learned, and we're trying to incorporate AI in all our modalities, in all our modules, to try and let our students understand why it is important to use AI, but use it ethically, because we're not going to go away from the fact that someone's going to use AI to do their homework. But let's try and teach them on how to use AI ethically, and let them use it, and let us teach them how to use it. I think sometimes the educator, unfortunately, is not using AI as much as the student, and therefore they don't understand the use of AI and the positiveness, the possibilities of incorporating AI into their pedagogical design. So we should incorporate AI, and we've done that in terms of our modalities. So we've introduced AI tutors in all our modules to assist our students, and they assist students by explaining complex concepts, by providing them immediate feedback. But the educator is not being replaced, because the educator still looks at the student's progress, and it gives the educator more time to look at their learning design, to offer mentorship, and to offer support. So we've definitely seen a lot of our students using AI, but we're trying to ensure that they use AI ethically, and so that we can track their progress through their learning journey.
If you have to go to learners, right, and be able to sort of look at how it is that they're applying these technologies, do you find that there is an understanding for why it's important that they're able to grasp some concepts for themselves? I mean, as somebody who really looks at anything with numbers begrudgingly, I don't blame one who feels like, no, well, I don't need to know how to calculate it because I've got a calculator. The AI can understand the formula. I don't need to understand it. But of course, it's not how things work. It is crucial that some of these core concepts are understood at every level at which they're being taught. And I wondered, Dionita, how you're dealing with that and having to also get these young people to understand why it is important for them to fully understand what the computer is doing on their behalf.
And that goes back to, if the educator understands the capability and the possibility of the AI, they can better design an assessment tool that would actually ensure that they can elicit that sense of what the competency of the student. So it's about saying to them, you can use AI, but your assessment is going to evaluate your individual understanding. So AI might help you provide an answer, but how we design the assessment tool will allow us to evaluate whether you have an in-depth understanding. Obviously, you try and explain why it is important to have an inherent understanding of the concept, but you will only be able to evaluate whether the person has it if you've tweaked your assessment design to such an extent that they can't use AI to explain it. So it goes back to being able to provide the student with the support and also to monitor the student's progress to actually ascertain whether the student is progressing. And for that, we also use AI. So we use an AI algorithm to ensure that we can track the student's behavior. By that, we can pick up whether there's real understanding or whether the understanding is grasped through their use of AI.
Abe, you are a grade 10 to 12 maths and physical science teacher. Number one, I think the fact that you are somebody who is currently unemployed really is, it raises a big question mark, because these are the subjects that we know are in need of educators and in need of skilled educators for that matter.
Yes.
So maybe if you can speak to us about just your whole experience and how you're finding being in the position that you're in.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. With me, I'm not waiting for the employment to come to me. I can see that most of the learners are struggling out there, so I have to take it to initiatives that I must start a YouTube page so that everyone can reach and free of charge, because the learners, when they get to classroom, they don't have much time to understand all these difficult concepts of mathematics and sciences. So in the YouTube, I have designed the personalized learning style whereby everyone is going to use their own pace. If they did not understand, they will stop, rewind, and start afresh so that they will understand it. Some of them do not have money to hire the tutors, so I make sure that it is free of charge, so everyone is going to use and utilize the material that I have put forward for everyone to learn. The teachers and the parents are struggling together to bring the child. Some of them are doing homeschooling, so I am checking that so that I can make that the child and the parent can understand everything that is entailed in those YouTube channel of mine that I'm doing. So I am trying to alleviate the poor and the distant that it is marginalized by the geographical areas and sometimes and the economic impact of the learners and the parents.
And what has been the reaction, Abe, to your YouTube platform?
Although there are so much reacting, they are so much involved, getting involved with my teaching style there. Some of them, they even ask me to do some concept which you don't understand. I can see that now we are getting somewhere. They are interacting with me. So I have to make sure that I follow the comments that they want me to do something that they don't understand. Sometimes it comes to a push and say, please explain more on this. So I I follow that and do it.
And have you found that having this opportunity, right, to put this information online, that is creating an avenue for you to also be able to earn an income out of it?
At first, I was just out to help, but now I can understand that because people can say that when you have reached a certain watch hour in the YouTube, then you're going to get paid. YouTube is going to pay you. But I was not primarily looking at that, but it comes as a benefit which I embrace and I want it to happen. And sometimes I have seen the need of involving the Department of Education to cover the content from primary level to tertiary level so that even the teachers can have a help that I can provide them with for lesson planning and, study material that I can create there using AI, though I haven't tapped into it at the moment, but that is my future endeavor, that I want to have a platform which is going to assist everyone, including starting from grade R up until grade 1 up until grade 12.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, and the parents of the learners who are homeschooled are going to have to tap into it because most of them don't have time. They come back home tired from work. They don't have time to monitor their children. So it is going to be easily accessible and it is going to be easily monitoring. So even the teachers in the classrooms, they will be able to use the material that I'm going to prepare for them. Yes.
Basil, does this speak to the future of the classroom? How different is that going to be?
Cathy, I think when Dionita explained that the teacher is no longer the fount of all knowledge, an oracle of some sort, because knowledge, information can be found all over. I think that fits in very well with the real purpose of schooling. It is about getting children to think. It's about fostering curiosity, creating independence. Because after all said and done, that is what we want every child to do. We don't want children to simply just accept what somebody tells them. We want them to interrogate it, to analyze it, and, of course, to create lifelong learners. So I think we are entering the real phase of education, albeit a little forced, albeit uneven at the moment, but even with the unevenness given the lack of data and so on, it is still amazing how many children have access to instruments. And now we can honestly start expecting them to be thinking beyond the obvious. And of course, in the final analysis, it's also about community. It is also about sharing. It's about being collaborative. And now we can teach children even more to work together because our entire set of lives is about collaboration. We are not islands, an old hymn tells us. We have to work together.
Okay.
And if this is what
Basil, I'm going
to
pause you there. We are going to continue with this conversation shortly. For now, it's 11:30. Here are your headlines.
Thank you, Cathy. On the news headlines, the team of 5 seasoned investigators that have been deployed to France has not yet left South Africa. Last Friday, the police ministry announced that the National Police Commissioner Fanny Masemula had deployed the team to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Natim Tertwa, were thoroughly and transparently investigated. A number of people are reported to have been killed in a cash-in-transit heist on the N4 near Mooinooi outside Rustenburg in the northwest. Provincial Community Safety Department says emergency services are still on the scene, and the government of Eswatini says it will receive 11 more people deported from the U.S. this month. This after Eswatini accepted 5 deportees from the U.S. in July. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'm looking at the numbers. The meeting that you had spoke about 3.4 billion rands, but I see the MEC for Finance talks about 3.4 just being short term. In fact, the real need is 7 billion rands. So how do you get yourself into that position, and how do you get out of it?
Because of the budget cuts that took place in the previous years, and the other factor, which was the late conclusion of the current negotiations during this administration time, which also exerted pressure. That is why we are where we are.
KZN Premier Tami in Tulia.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you the radio drama series Skyline.
Press that to cockpit, medical emergency now.
Cabin crew to your stations.
Where the skies promise adventure, but behind the cabin doors, untold secrets are found.
He's signing off on cheap parts they installed like it's nothing.
Catch the radio drama series every Saturday at 9 p.m. on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC.
#SAFM Talking Point.
All right, you're listening to The Talking Point. We're looking at World Teachers' Day and the theme for UNESCO this year, recasting teaching as a collaborative profession. And we've been talking about just the evolution of teaching and what it is that the sector really is up against in the face of new technologies, artificial intelligence as well. Mr. Abe Ngwenya is a high school teacher who started a YouTube platform, Uncle Pythagoras, right? And he has been unemployed, but has been using that YouTube platform to actually educate learners with maths, science, and life sciences between grade 10 and 12. Dr. Dionita Damons is director at the Boston City campus, and Basil Manuel is executive director at NAPTOSA. So Basil, I cut you off as we're going to headlines, and you were still talking about the evolution of the classroom, and you made an interesting point that you believe that perhaps we have entered the real phase of education and of learning, that when learners are in the classroom, it will now be about critical thinking and how to get the brain working rather than just about regurgitation or perhaps going through just some of the actual study material, which we know AI now can shorten and can do such a better job at some of these things. Basil, are you still on the line? All right, it looks like we've lost Basil. We'll try to get him back up on the line. Let me go to Abe. Abe, good morning to you. Just double checking that you can hear me. Hello, Abe? All right. Dionita, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fantastic. So maybe we can pick up on this issue of the evolving classrooms then, Dionita. How are you also as higher institutions of higher learning then responding to this? And do you think that the shift at the basic education level is going to be as significant as it is for you because, of course, the kind of learning that takes place at post-school is different to what you see in a typical classroom setup.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we should all start looking at our educators as learning architects, because they'll be designing learning experiences and not so much focus on the administrative or routine work. So AI eventually will handle all of that and will be the interactive mode that the student can use and have access to. And like I think it's A.B. Ngwenya that just indicated that he's now been able to make to get compensation for his efforts using AI. So if we start looking at the possibilities of AI and how we can actually have an ecosystem that include the human part of the educator, the AI, as well as how it can benefit our economy, we can see that there's great possibilities for AI. So the classroom has changed. We had chalkboards, then we had smart boards, and we moved from textbooks to tablets. And I think what is constant is the human spark. So regardless of how our classrooms change, we're always going to need the human element. So I think in our scenario, we've tried to amplify our purpose and amplify the use of technology, because with the use of technology, we broaden our access, so we reach more students, it becomes more inclusive, it becomes more accessible, we can teach more creatively, and we can build a more inclusive future. So for us, as an ODL institution, meaning a distance institution, we've always preached that AI is inevitable, it is going to come, but how are we going to support our students, and how are we going to capacitate our educators to actually understand the use of AI? Because I think that's the problem. We have our students using AI more than our educators, and maybe our educators, whether it's basic, whether it's senior, and whether it's at a lecturer level, should also be capacitated on the use of AI.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, a classroom setup where a learner suddenly will have all the answers to the questions the teacher is asking, and perhaps even ask the teacher questions that the teacher does not necessarily have answers to. How are you dealing with that?
You know what? It is a reality, actually.
Learners are they're never going to pass up the opportunity, right?
No, definitely not. It is the reality, and I think we need to do more to actually capacitate our educators and also provide them with the support so that it's okay for them to be challenged, because our educators were not traditionally challenged by the person sitting that they're teaching. They were the one giving the information. So our teachers need to understand that their role has changed. They are going to be challenged. They're going to have a student in class that have got access to this information, and they're going to want to engage in it. So again, capacitate our educators, teach them how to navigate the new classroom, teach them the modalities in terms of blended learning as well, so that they understand the nuances. But if we're not supporting our educators, you're going to find an educator that when they are challenged, they're going to take it as a personal attack on their competency, and that is not the intention of the child. But it ultimately will come across like that unless the educator has been capacitated as well.
Yeah, Basil, is this a bit of a headache for you as NAPTOSA, Teachers Organization?
Not a headache for the organization. Look, we have gone out and we are preaching a particular gospel. And it aligns with what Dionita has been saying, and even about what he has been saying, that we've got to change the modalities. And in fact, I was at a school in Port Elizabeth a few weeks back, high school, and an impoverished high school, where the teacher was teaching a science lesson, and of course using the very, very YouTube to show the experiment, because he didn't have any of those things to actually do the experiment with the children. And suddenly it came alive. He knew the content, he assisted with the content, but the children could access it and then showed the children where to find it so that they could go over it again. So it shows you that this is not a threat. But of course, yes, let's agree, Cathy, that for some people at the moment, when a youngster comes in and knows more than you, it seems like it's the end of life as we knew it. but it should not be.
All of this, Basil, can be quite exciting. But of course, what isn't to be underplayed is the issue of access. The fact that on the one end of the spectrum, the world is evolving ever effortlessly so and seamlessly so. And on the other, however, the reality is quite stark. And I just wonder how we deal with that within the education sector, because this too is what then has the potential of perpetuating and exacerbating inequality. That even the student who comes from a school where a teacher is AI proficient, is able to do all of these things that we've discussed, stands a better chance in gaining employment, in creating perhaps employment, than somebody who hasn't had that experience.
Cathy, you've hit the nail on the head. Look, with any of these devices, it can either bring greater equality or it can create greater difference. And the difference that it creates can be with a 25-year-old too, who has not had access and is now finding himself in front of a class. And he could actually be a fossil compared to the 50-year-old that has taught themselves this and can actually also assist. But I like to use the example of India. I spent some time there, and when you look at the Indian child today, most Indian children are computer literate, and yet they don't have toilets. They have very poor schools. Why? Because there is a philosophy that says we can't stop progress because we don't have certain things. Let's carry on and hope that those other things will come in the meantime. So I'm saying we have to push this, even though we're complaining about the class size, even though we're complaining about the infrastructure, we can't stop. We've got to move and then bring the others, drag them along, work on that project, but don't stop moving.
Abe, as an educator who has then begun to explore what you can do using technology, what would you say you've done to make the process easier for you? And perhaps just any words of advice that you can share with some of your fellow educators who are intimidated, by technology, who are maybe even intimidated by the idea of lessons on YouTube.
Yeah, I'd love to tell my colleagues, other educators, that it is a revolutionized time now, whereby the technology is taking off. It is going to lead, it is here to stay, so we have to adapt to it and make sure that we understand this artificial intelligence. That is how it is going to be implemented in the classroom and how it is going to assist our learners and also ourselves, because we find that we are qualified teachers, but we're never taught about this implementation of artificial intelligence. But it comes in handy because it reduces the amount of work that we are doing, so that we can have more and ample time to focus on our learners struggling. So we need to implement it. We need to learn. I think the Department of Education has to come in here and make sure that they train their teachers so that they can be able to implement this wonderful tool. I am not yet using it myself. I'm just using it here and there, but most of the time I'm just using the AI so that it can make my lesson easily, like putting the title in. It can give me a suitable title that is going to trend, and then sometimes the description and stuff like that. I'm not yet tapped into it as to using it, like literally using it. I'm just using it. I take it a bit of it,
Yeah.
then most of the things, it's me and myself who is working throughout.
Okay, I guess it's about being open to trying something new, right, and seeing where that will take one. Abengwenya is maths, science, and life sciences teacher. He also runs the YouTube platform where he's known as Uncle Pythagoras. Dr. Dionita Damons, director at Boston City Campus, and Basil Manuel, executive director at NAPTOSA. That's where we leave it on the talking point for this Monday morning. The show back with you again tomorrow between 9 and midday.
Cathy Mohlahlana on SAFM.
SAFM's Meeting Point invites you to join Koketso Sachane for a roundtable dialogue on the crime and gangsterism plaguing the Cape Flats. Join us at the SABC1's M1 studios in Cape Town, where Koketso, together with guests, unpack the crisis and asks how we can make our communities safer. Tune in to the Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane on Wednesday, the 8th of October, as we unpack this critical conversation. To be part of the studio audience, email info@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. SFM presents another episode of the book Boardroom Dancing by Nolita Fakude, read by Vuyokazi Ted.
A cruel system. With my schoolmates hailing from townships like Soweto, Langa, and Guguletu, I started to hear stories about what was happening out in the world. It was at Bethel College that I first came to understand the deeper reasons behind the 1976 school riots. And with that, the first seeds of political awareness were planted in me. My personal understanding of the riots had been limited to the objection around Afrikaans as the language of instruction in black schools. Now, I learned that this had been a signpost gesturing to the larger injustice of the intentional inferiority of black children's education. I learned that the legislation behind the so-called Bantu education specified the need for black children to have a poor education in order to preclude the possibility that we might expect or be capable of being more than hewers of wood and drawers of water, as apartheid's chief architect, H.F. Verwoerd, put it. For the first time, I understood how the education system was structured to exclude us as economic players, except to the extent that we could do menial tasks for white people. I had seen the economic results of this non-education on the lives of people in Qenyu, both those living there and the ones whose stories I knew from reading their letters. Grasping the extent to which poor education perpetuated the cycle of poverty and lack of choice, and how the riots had been about challenging the whole political system that willfully kept black people in ignorance, was a turning point for me. It was with this knowledge that I came home for the December holidays in 1980. I was helping my mother with some shop admin when I found in the drawer where she kept receipts a thick stack of gift vouchers with different rand face values. I took them to my mother and asked her what they were. "Those are such a problem," she said, making a face. She went on to explain that the vouchers belonged to a well-connected businessman by the name of Jack, one of the town's bigger employers. Jack owned a brick-making factory employing about 100 people, as well as some general dealer shops. He also had interest in a few liquor stores. Jack paid his employees exclusively in vouchers, which could only be used in places where he had arrangements and deals. From the butcher to the doctor, a number of white businesses accepted the vouchers. Not having any such deal, My mother, as a rule, did not accept Jack's vouchers as payment, but sometimes a desperate customer would come with only these vouchers, promising to exchange them for real money later. This was how, over time, my mother ended up with a stack of Jack's vouchers. Eventually, she went to Jack to ask for her money. With great reluctance, he agreed to give her some cash but told her not to return. The cycle continued, though, and my mother once again found herself with this useless currency. After we had this conversation, my mother called Jack and told him that I was home from boarding school and she needed money to buy things for me as well as stock for her store. Jack agreed to let her use the vouchers to buy the stock she needed from one of his shops, but at retail, not wholesale prices. Understanding that this was the most she was going to get out of him, my mother accepted. "Why don't you take this to the police?" I asked, shocked at her acceptance. "And what do you think the police will do?" she said, giving me a long and resigned look. I wanted her to question and challenge what this man was doing, but she stopped me. "Don't ask so many questions. I still have to live with these people and run my business," she said, ending the conversation. At the time, she was running an unlicensed shebeen and tuck shop, about which Jack and his cronies no doubt knew. Suddenly, I saw that as a single widow and a black woman, my mother could be bullied by the likes of Jack, who with a word could see that her general dealer license, for which she had to reapply yearly, was rejected. It was in this moment that I started to comprehend how insidious, innovative, and cruel the apartheid system was. How it was constructed to work only for white people like Jack to control black people, including the likes of my mother. This was the turning point for me, and later, when confronted by the stats on lower black stock exchange ownership in our country, I would often wonder how much ownership Jack's family and associates had on the exchange, and whether they had appreciated or at least understood how their world was built. Chapter 3: Finding My Freedom. University had always been a part of my mother's plan for me. She instilled in me from an early age not only how important an education is, but also the need to be self-sufficient and independent. And she was clear about the order of things: get an education first, and then a good husband. So in 1982, at the age of 18, I arrived at the University of Fort Hare in Alice. Fort Hare was the obvious choice. As a black student, you either went to Fort Hare in the Eastern Cape, Ohlange in KwaZulu-Natal, or the University of the North in Limpopo. Although I had considered applying for a scholarship to a Seventh-day Adventist university in the USA, my mother's continued reservations about my conversion kept me closer to home. This was probably for the best, as my Adventism fell away in the first year of new experiences. Free from the confines of a strict regimen of work and prohibitions, first those dictated by my mother, and then the ones I had adopted at Bethel College, it was an exhilarating and social time. Thanks to my exposure to Sotho, Zulu, and Tswana, it was easy for me to make new friends, and I reveled in the student life. Engaging in activities like ballroom dancing and beauty contests, the latter mostly to annoy my mother, whom I knew would disapprove. I started wearing jewelry and dresses that came from above the knee, then going to parties and eventually drinking alcohol, none of which were allowed for a good Adventist. The thrill of all these new interactions with people from different places filled me with an elating sense of breadth of the world and its possibilities. From an academic standpoint, I was not the best student to begin with. I still remember how amazing it felt to wake up knowing I could skip class if I chose. Experiencing such freedom for the first time, though negative academically, was empowering psychologically. I spent those first years finding myself through rebelling and socializing, all against the backdrop of Fort Hare, which at the time was a hotbed of political activism. While I was never actively involved in politics at Fort Hare, you could not be at the university and remain unaware of what was going on in the country at large. Those were the years of the homeland government's most ruthless political suppression. And as the hub of student resistance, Fort Hare was a target. Former Special Branch Agent General Charles Sebe, who was Ciskei head of intelligence and worked directly with the government in Pretoria, was a perpetually menacing presence. Stories about student interrogations circulated constantly, and we experienced boycotts and strikes to which the police often responded with brutality, whether on or off campus. Liberated from my sheltered upbringing, I started to understand how profound poverty and brutal authoritarianism were not unique to any single community, but were manifestations of the larger apartheid system and experienced by Black people everywhere, often to a much worse degree than anything I had ever glimpsed. My newly found freedom and carefree behavior in my first year as a student resulted in what I might describe as my first public failure. And with this came lessons I never forgot. Unsurprisingly, I did not perform well academically in my first year. In fact, that is an understatement. When my results arrived at home by post, my mother and I opened them with great expectations, which quickly turned to disbelief. I was confronted with the cold reality that I had only passed one subject out of the 5 that I wrote that year. Although poor results were not unexpected, I was bitterly disappointed all the same. I sobbed for the whole afternoon until my mother called off the pity party. "Kubhubhe bani?" "Who has died?" she demanded. Then, without waiting for me to respond, she continued, "So, between you and me, who should be wailing the loudest? I've lost my money paying for your university tuition, yet you are the chief crier. What exactly have you lost?" This sharp and accurate reprimand brought me back to my senses. As usual, my mother was right. The hard-hitting truth was that I was mortified and embarrassed. Everyone in our large household, which included my mother's customers in the village, had been waiting to hear my results. It was also a sober reminder that my success was a burden that I carried for the whole village and not just an individual achievement. This was later borne out in my professional ascendancy. How I could let myself down like this was beyond me. My first public failure was a bitter pill to swallow.
There was another episode of the book Boardroom Dancing by Nolita Fakude, read by Vuyokazi Tebe. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on The Talking Point. The book is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Vuyokazi Tebe. Technical production, Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
Just after 12 on Monday, the 10th of October, 2025. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour,
the infrastructure that is old, even the building of the municipality needs attention. Windows are broken. In some areas you can see they use papers to close the windows. Is not a good reflection.
The Cooperative Governance Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa is visiting the embattled Lichtenburg-based Ditsobotla local municipality in the Northwest Province.
The delegation has confirmed that the detainees are in good health and in high spirits,
the necessary procedures for their safe passage and return home to South Africa are advancing steadily.
As you heard there, 6 detained South African activists in Israel are said to be in good health and high spirits. And of course, we always want to hear from you. Let us know what's on your mind. 41391 is the SMS line number, charged at R1.50 per SMS. You can also get in touch with us via X, and our handle is at SABC News_radio. Or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, let's bring you up to speed with the latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, team to investigate Mthethwa's death not yet left for France, and emergency services at the scene of a cash-in-transit heist in Rustenburg. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. The team of 5 seasoned investigators that has been deployed to France has not yet left South Africa. Last Friday, the police ministry announced that the National Police Commissioner Cathy Mohlahlana had deployed the team to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of South Africa ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, were thoroughly and transparently investigated. Mthethwa was found dead in Paris hotel's inner courtyard last Tuesday morning after falling from the 22nd floor. He was 58. Our correspondent William Denslow is in Paris.
We have reportedly had the release of the death certificate, so now this autopsy release will be seen crucial not just for the investigation to go forward, but also for the crucial repatriation of the body as well, with the family certainly hoping that that can happen in an expedient manner as possible. Of course, while that is taking place, we also know that these 5 South African investigators are travelling to France and will be working in conjunction with the French authorities this week as the investigation into what exactly transpired and why it transpired a week ago continues at pace.
A number of people are reported to have been killed in a cash-in-transit heist on the N4 near Mooinooi outside Rustenburg in the northwest. The Provincial Community Safety Department says emergency services are still on scene. It says the incident has prompted the closure of the affected part of the N4. Traffic authorities have advised motorists to use the R104 as an alternative route. The death toll is unclear at this stage as details are still sketchy. A second witness in the trial within a trial in the theft of $580,000, President Cyril Ramaphosa's Phalaphala farm in Limpopo, has disputed a claim of the another witness that they made their statement under duress. The state witness, who is testifying in the Mudimule Regional Court, says the statement was made voluntarily. The state witness is a police officer who was present when the statement was taken. 3 people have died in a shack after it caught fire in the Kosovo informal settlement in Philippi on the Cape Flats. The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Service spokesperson Jermaine Carlse says the incident happened in the early hours of this morning.
Several crews were on scene and firefighters managed to extinguish the blaze by 4:30. Our initial estimate is that 6 structures were destroyed, leaving 14 persons displaced. The bodies of 3 persons, gender and ages unknown, were discovered at around 4:20 with fatal burn wounds.
The government of Eswatini says it will receive 11 more people deported from the U.S. this month. This after Eswatini accepted 5 deportees from the U.S. in July. The authorities in Eswatini say the individuals will be kept separate from the public while arrangements are being made for their return to their countries of origin. They have not specified the arrival date of the second batch of deportees. South Africa has expressed concern over the deportees who are reported to have been convicted of serious crimes, saying they are a threat to national security. Recapping the top story, the team of 5 seasoned investigators that have been deployed to France has not yet left South Africa. Last Friday, the police ministry announced that the National Police Commissioner Cathy Mohlahlana had deployed the team to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, were thoroughly and transparently investigated. I'm Ondela Mbana for SAFM News. Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks so much, Mohlahlana. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 7 minutes after 12. Thank you so much for tuning in to Update at Noon. And thank you so much for all the birthday messages and all the other messages. Really appreciate it. But it is good to be back on this Monday afternoon. And speaking of the stories that we'll be covering this afternoon, or at least keeping an eye on, the lead story there in the news with Ondela, we certainly are watching that for any further developments. And this, of course, in the case of last week's death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa. So the South African law enforcement officials, they are expected to meet with their French counterparts as soon as they make their way over there in France. So keeping an eye on all the developments around that. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velenkosini Hlabisa, is paying a follow-up visit to towns within the Ditsobotla local municipality. And among other things, he's expected to engage with local residents before also visiting a number of infrastructure projects. And the municipality, you will know, has been in the news for quite some time for mostly the wrong reasons. And it's recently been placed under control of the national government following years of mismanagement and political instability. And we'll try and catch up with our reporter and, of course, the minister just to find out what the latest is there. And then the Unite for Change party, they say that they will not have a single leader, but rather a council of leaders. This, of course, a new political party, which is comprised of a merger between Build One South Africa, the Good Party, and Rise Mzansi. And it launched yesterday in Johannesburg, and they say they will unite, to contest next year's elections. Had a conversation with all three of those leaders on Morning Live today, and quite interesting listening to how they are approaching this. But of course, the question is, would that make an impact on you as, of course, the voter in this instance? Would love to hear your views on that as well. And then we also following up and keeping an eye on what's happening with President Cyril Ramaphosa losing that legal bid to halt a 168 million rand constitutional damages case that was brought by families of freedom fighters, those who were murdered during the apartheid era. And the families want the government to pay the 168 million in damages for delays in prosecuting those apartheid-era assassinations. So hoping to speak to a representative there in that regard as well. October is, of course, Mental Health Awareness Month, and there's great concern regarding the growing mental health challenges affecting so many individuals in our country, and the trauma that this inflicts on families and communities. And the country reportedly has a very high rate of depression, anxiety, substance abuse and suicide, especially amongst young people. And the sad reality is that too many, unfortunately, still struggle in silence due to the stigma attached to this. So we have our reporter Molemo on that story, and as we say, it's a month in which we will be raising awareness, so hopefully we're able to take that further. Also keeping an eye on what's happening in Gaza. Talks expected to get underway in Egypt today after that 20-point peace deal that was laid out. Hamas, we are told, have accepted that in principle, but of course we'll wait to see what comes out of these talks. So those just some of the stories that we'll be following up here on Update at Noon.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Great news, travelers! FlySafe is now flying between Cape Town and Hoedspruit 3 times a week. So, whether you want to chase the Big Five in Kruger, soak up the views at God's Window, or wind through the beautiful panorama route, Hoedspruit is the perfect launch pad to some of SA's amazing natural treasures. Ready to go from coastlines to canyons in just a few clicks? Book flights now at flysafe.co.za from just 1,570 Rand. FlySafe, for the love of fly. T's and C's apply.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Now, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, that's DIRCO, has sent a specialist team to Israel to negotiate the release of 6 detained South African activists. According to DIRCO, the team met with the South African delegation at the Negev Israeli prison facility, and it also confirmed that the detainees are in good health and in high spirits. Meanwhile, the family of the late South African ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, hopes that his autopsy will be released soon so that the repatriation of his remains can be finalized. But for more on these developments, we joined on the line by Crispin Piri, who's spokesperson at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Crispin, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Updated Noon.
Thank you for having me, Sakina.
So, Crispin, let's just start with the situation in Israel regarding the activists who were part of that Sumut flotilla. So, what is the latest with regard to that operation?
I lost you just briefly, Sakina. Can you just repeat, sorry?
I was asking about the latest developments regarding the South African activists who were detained in Israel.
Yes, we can confirm, as you said in your introduction, that we have had a team visiting them and engaging with them. And the information that we've received as feedback is that they are in good health and they are in high spirits. There are 1 or 2 who have chronic medication that may run out, but we understand that everything possible is being done to ensure that that does not happen. Primarily also because we understand that we're at a very advanced stage with confirming the logistics of when they would depart from the facility into the custody of the South African team so that they can be duly deported. And all the administrative processes have been completed with the Israeli authorities. They've already been seen by a judge.
So we know that
that this will happen.
Apologies there, Crispin.
Really, really soon.
Apologies. I think we just have a bit of a signal problem there on the line. So you go quiet on my side and I start talking just to realize that you are still speaking. Apologies for that. But okay. With regard to the release of the activists, we understand that quite a number of them have already been released to different countries. Is there any specific reason why the South Africans haven't been released yet, or is it just a logistics issue?
It's not only the South Africans that have not been released yet. There are Turkish citizens that are still there, Spanish, Irish. So there are a number that are still in custody. So I think they were able to logistically manage 137 one go, and then there will be a next batch. And we're really working to ensure that the South Africans are part of that next delegation.
And with regard to the Nathi Mthethwa situation, Crispin, we understand a team of 5 seasoned investigators have been deployed. Is there any further information regarding where that process is right now and the delay?
I'm not aware if there's a delay, but the South African Police Services did release a statement, indeed, confirming that they are sending a team to France. I think they can really expand on further logistics around that. But we do know that at this stage, the family has received the death certificate, which will enable us to start with the repatriation administrative processes until we have the post-mortem. Then we can really complete all of the repatriation processes, and then we'll be able to make announcements around the date of the funeral and also a possible memorial service.
And the family had at some point indicated that they were awaiting the post-mortem results. Do we know whether those have been released as yet?
No, we don't know if they've been released as yet. As we understand it, they are anticipating that they would be released by this week.
Crispin, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much, Crispin Piri, spokesperson at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, just giving us an update on the latest regarding the South African activists detained in Israel from the Sumut flotilla, as well as the latest regarding the late ambassador Nathi Mthethwa and what is happening there. But as he said, perhaps we need to touch base with the South African Police Service regarding that team of investigators who've been deployed to deal with that particular matter. Let us know your thoughts on that.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein. Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, the Minister of Cooperative Governance, Cathy Mohlahlana, has called on councillors of the Ditsobotla local municipality to unite behind service delivery. Mohlahlana is on an oversight visit in the area where he will engage local residents and also visit a number of infrastructure projects. The municipality was recently placed under the control of the national government following years of political instability and, of course, mismanagement. Minister Mohlahlana caught up with the media a short while ago and had this to say.
I am confident the infrastructure that is old, even the building of the municipality, needs attention. Windows are broken. In some areas you can see they use papers to close the windows. Is not a good reflection. This is where you must have confidence when you arrive that the building gives hope and confidence, and they will need financial support and the national government. The reason why we intervened together with the provincial government and with the resources available in the municipality, we need to prioritize. Where do we start? Fix the first minor repairs to ensure that the building is intact, even the premises of the municipality, but above that, go to communities. I'm very confident that the intervention of the government will provide necessary resources to bring hope and trust back to the community of Ditsobotla. And on a quarterly basis, I will be visiting here and giving quarterly report even to you through the media yourself, because one is able to talk to the nation very quickly and easily through you as to what progress are we making. My appeal.
That was the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Cathy Mohlahlana. But for more on this visit, we are joined on the line by a reporter following the Minister, Tebogo Pakedi. Tebogo, good afternoon. So, firstly, just give us a sense of where the Minister has been so far.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and of course to SAFM's listeners. The Minister started his follow-up visit today at the Ditsobotla local municipality chambers, where he met with the troika of the municipality as well as councillors and the management of these municipalities. It was a closed session, of course. We were able to interview him thereafter, but really with the goal or the objectives of that meeting to talk about all that they have to do to ensure that this municipality goes back to normal. You know, residents have been complaining about services. The minister is saying there that service delivery is their top priority at this point, to ensure that even the municipal financial records are back to where they were, you know, many years ago, where they could see that indeed the finances are working and they are able to provide services, and to let go of the ghost workers, which is something that we've been hearing for the past 4 years, Sakina.
Tebogo, just with regard to the minister's reception, who was there to receive him, and what is that interaction like?
We saw the municipal mayor as well as the speaker receiving the minister. But of course, as we indicated, it was a closed session. We see the chairperson of Salga, Khumalomolefe, being there as well to give support, as well as the MEC of Cooperative Governance in the province. At this point, he has moved from the municipal chamber. We are now in Colini, where he is expected to engage with residents whom for many years have been complaining about lack of service delivery. So it will be quite interesting to see the reception here in Colini, to see or even listen to what the residents have to say, because it's been decades complaining about poor state of service delivery under the Ditsobotla local municipality, Sakina.
And then that's the nub of the matter, isn't it, Tebogo? People have been complaining for the longest time. The sort of mismanagement that we saw was absolutely unbelievable, where you almost for a long time had parallel leadership structures running that municipality. By the way, where are those people and what are they saying about these latest developments?
I can tell you that we we saw prior to the parallel structures where we've got two troikas, we saw the provincial government trying to intervene, but that was not yielding any results. You would see one council meeting sitting in Mahikeng and the other here in Lichtenburg, but that led to the by-elections. You'd remember that led to the by-elections where we even saw the council now being a coalition, what they deem coalition at this moment, but there was no kingmaker there. But we understand, as we saw last month, the re-election of the mayor and the speaker. But at this point, what needs to be seen is to whether residents will get the services, Sakina. But as far as the the duties of the local government as well as the provincial government, at this point, government has invoked Section 1397, meaning the national executive is assuming the powers and functions that would normally be exercised by the provincial government. So even when we have the council sitting, it is the national government that is overseeing the administration of this municipality thus far.
Deborah, just finally, as far as the local residents are concerned, what are they saying about what is currently happening? And also, did the issue of the ghost workers come up at all?
The minister is yet to engage the residents. I am sure in few minutes because they just arrived as we speak. But the issue of ghost worker, we even asked him when we had a one-on-one to say, it's been 4 years. We've been hearing about the ghost workers. Municipality has previously confirmed that is the case, but it is similarly, lenient measures are similarly taken to deal with this. Why are we still talking about ghost workers 4 years later, while someone at finance is authorizing their payments? So he is saying that there is going to be a physical head count of the employees here. They will ensure that the finance also does not authorize payments of people that are not working for the municipality. It's one of the things that have really been quite concerning. Residents have been raising this. Residents talking about the infrastructure here, electricity, lack of water. But these are the views that we anticipate that they will reiterate to the minister today. And they are wondering if this intervention will yield any results, because we've seen government intervening many times here at the Ditsobotla local municipality.
Deborah Bageri, thanks so much for that update. Our reporter in the Northwest Province.
My name is Cathy Mohlahlana, aka Shuffle the Pack, aka 1 Hour Swing. I start my day with a short prayer. I give hugs to my kids. I'm very playful. I love all the genre, but Kwaito is number one. Kwaito is our culture. About the late Mandoza, about the late Mapaputsi, and I could relate. And it's in us focus. Ivory Coast for me, it was a beautiful country. I know Utabanye Batandes in Indabo, Mauritius, Nana, there's Windows is a love. SABC Sport, this is the main one. Wonkela Manyama channel, Azalwe, because of SABC.
Catch Jabu Shuffle Mahlangu, unpacking the beautiful game in a lingo you love on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's SAFM to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms and conditions apply.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
The survivors and families of victims of apartheid-era crimes, along with the Foundation for Human Rights, welcomed Friday's High Court ruling dismissing government's application to stay proceedings in the constitutional damages case. Now, in January of this year, 25 families and survivors, along with the foundation, launched a constitutional damages claim against President Cyril Ramaphosa and the South African government for the political suppression of investigations and prosecutions of apartheid-era political crimes referred by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to the prosecution's authority. But for more on this latest development, we join on the line by the Foundation for Human Rights spokesperson, Sesethu Holomisa. Thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you so much for having me, and good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Ms. Holomisa, kindly just remind us, if you will, very briefly of the background to the civil claim and, of course, the amount that is being sought.
Of course. So, as you've said, in January of this year, 25 families and survivors of apartheid-era crime brought an application in the Pretoria High Court against President Ramaphosa and seeking constitutional damages for the government's gross failure to adequately investigate and prosecute apartheid-era political crimes following the Truth and Reconciliation Commission process. And, the suppression of post-TRC accountability efforts has allowed witnesses and perpetrators to pass away, effectively eliminating the possibility of prosecutions in most of these cases, most which can't be revived. And as a result, the government has denied survivors and victims their fundamental rights to justice, truth, and closure. And so the government applied to stay or postpone these proceedings in the constitutional damages case. But however, on Friday, a judgment was passed down to dismiss this application, postpone.
I have to apologize once more just for the poor sound quality. I think we're just struggling with the lines and the connections this afternoon. But apologies, we'll try and get through it as briefly as we can. Ms. Holomisa, with regard to the latest development now, how did the families react to that judgment on Friday, and where to now for the families?
Of course. I mean, we were all very pleased with this judgment because the court affirmed that we can no longer have these constant delays because the government, that's what we thought it was, another attempt to delay any movement in these efforts, because what they tried to do is to get the commission to give us recommendations on whether or not constitutional damages reliefs should be awarded. So we were pleased that the court dismissed this application and acknowledged that the right of access to justice, equal protection and benefit of the law, and the right to human dignity for the survivors and families of apartheid-era crimes were acknowledged. What will happen now is the High Court will hear the arguments for the constitutional damages case in parallel to the Commission of Inquiry that was set up in May of this year.
Well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. And that was spokesperson for the Foundation for Human Rights, Sesethu Holomisa. And that, of course, the latest development, survivors and families of victims of apartheid-era crimes, alongside the Foundation for Human Rights, welcoming Friday's High Court ruling that dismissed government's application for stay of proceedings in that constitutional damages case. And with that, it brings us up to the bottom of the hour, 12:30 rather. So let's bring you up to speed with the latest headlines. Here's Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the Forum for South Africa has called for tighter safety measures at drinking establishments and stronger action against gun violence. The call follows the deadly shooting at a tavern in Zitobeni, Brockenhornspruit in Gauteng in the early hours of yesterday. Johannesburg City Power has appealed to protesting contractors to make way for vehicles and workers that are supposed to attend to power outages. The disgruntled contractors have blocked the entrance of the City Power head office in Johannesburg. And the team of 5 seasoned investigators that has been deployed to France has not yet left South Africa. Last Friday, the Police Ministry announced that the National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula had deployed the team to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Natim Tetwa, were thoroughly and transparently investigated. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
It is, of course, a Monday afternoon, and we are supposed to have an analyst from FNB Wealth and Investments, but our apologies once again. As I said, we just seem to be struggling somewhat with our lines this afternoon. That being said, though, I do have some indicators for you that I'm going to read, starting with the currency. The rand trading at 17 rand 28 cents to the US dollar, 23 rand 18 to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 14 to the euro. The euro currently trading at $1.16, and the dollar's at 150 yen 40. In Brazil, $1 US is trading at 5 real 33, Russia 82 rubles 95. In India, $1 US will buy you 88 rupees 77. In China, a dollar is changing hands at 7 yuan 11. Markets in Asia, they were mainly higher at closing bell today. Japan's Nikkei advanced 4.8%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng gave up 0.6%. China's Shanghai index will be closed from October the 1st until the 8th for a Golden Week holidays, and India's markets, they slightly firmer at the close of trade. The JSE mainly higher at midday. The All-Share Index down 0.2% and is currently at 109,559. The Industrials 25 Index has declined by 0.8%. Financial 0.2% firmer. The Top 10 Resources Index is 0.4% higher, and the Precious Metals and Mining Index has gained 0.6%. On the capital market, the yield on the R186 government bond is at 7.47%. Markets in Europe, they currently in negative terrain. Britain's FTSE 100 has fallen 0.2%. The CAC 40 in France down 1.8%, and Germany's DAX currently flat. Looking at commodity prices, gold trading at $3,942 per fine ounce. Platinum's at $1,611 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $65.59 a barrel.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, in a move to reshape South Africa's political landscape, 3 opposition parties have united under a new banner. Build One South Africa's Dr. Mmusi Maimane, Good Party's leader Patricia de Lille, and Rise Mzansi's Songezo Zibi have officially launched a new political formation called Unite for Change. Now, the alliance aims to contest the 2026 local government elections and promises ethical leadership, economic recovery, and improved service delivery. Maimane is calling on South Africans to fund this new movement, urging citizens to embrace a culture of political party funding. De Lille says the new party fills a political void that was left by traditional parties that have drifted too far left or right. And Unite for Change is positioning itself as a centrist alternative, inviting civic groups and individuals to join the mission to restore trust and accountability in governance.
Funding in this instance for this entity, I'd like to invite for citizens to get into the culture of funding political parties. There has been to answer a question, which is to say people say there are donors who are instructing this thing. That's not the case. It's not the case at all. I want to be clear.
So Unite for Change doesn't have any funders right now?
Let people come on board, fund it so that it can be able to be an effective. And leaving from here, we all will go and try and raise money for the entity, and that's the job that we've got to do. That's the job of leadership.
We need to look at the general problem in South Africa, and that is unemployment, poverty, inequality. And then you look at cities and towns. They are the drivers of change in any society. Look at Johannesburg. They've got a budget of 89 billion rand. 8.7 billion of that is for infrastructure. We will split that infrastructure budget and say 40% must go to maintenance and repairs. And so it's an infrastructure-led growth. And then 60% can go towards new infrastructure. But then the economies in cities, we must exploit and use the creative economy, the digital economy, the care economy, tourism, new things, in the service sectors that can bring more jobs.
It's important that we change the culture of South African politics. Democracy is a stock fair. If you don't put any money in, you get nothing out. And one of the big messages yesterday is that this is an opportunity for South Africans to step up and lead. By leading, we mean govern. So I would have to see people saying, I am putting up my hand to run for mayor of Johannesburg. And we have an embarrassment of talent in Johannesburg, where There are lots of people with serious education, experience in business.
Why do you think they haven't put their hands up hitherto?
Because South Africa's political culture doesn't allow it. It's inward focused. If you're not a member and you belong to a faction, you're out.
And that was the Council of Leaders for Unite Change for Change Party. But for some analysis on this significant development of yet another political party in what some would say is an already crowded political party landscape, we join on the line now by political analyst Professor De Kotze. Professor, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Professor, firstly, what's your take on this new formation, Unite for Change, and the parties comprising this new formation? They did, of course, also say that they are still open for others to join.
Yes, to start with, I think the composition of the three parties, they do make sense. There's a lot of similarity between them, ideologically, philosophically, policy-wise. They are relatively close to each other. Two of them have been split away groups from the DA. Two of them are members of the Government of National Unity. So there's therefore quite a lot of similarities. They, politically speaking, therefore, they are also more or less at the same position on the political spectrum. And that is, well, it depends from which angle you look at it. Parties that, strictly speaking, also belong there are the Action SA Party, as well as what is the other party? But there's about 5 of them that really belongs there. So I think to a large extent it does make sense, and the reason for this is because they have not done well in last year's election. There were huge high expectations that they are new parties, they can do well, and that didn't materialize, especially in the case of Bosa and Rise Mzansi. Good is on the other side. It's actually a party that looks like they are past their best position, and they see this possibly as an opportunity to make a comeback. So in that sense, it does make sense from their points of view, certainly.
So I put this question to the leaders, but I'd like your view on it as well. Given that in last year's general election, the three parties combined garnered just about 1% of the electorate's vote, those who came out to vote. Do you think that by combining their efforts, they stand a chance of doing better?
Strictly speaking, it is possible, yes. They can pool their resources. For example, Rise Mzansi was very well funded last year, but didn't perform so well, while some of the other parties were less. So in that sense, I think that it certainly can contribute to a stronger effort, a more concerted effort from their side in next year's election. I think they will have also different dimensions in terms of candidates, especially the Good Party, for example, will bring in support from the Western Cape. Not much, but it is, well, Rise Mzansi and Bosa is primarily parties in Gauteng, and therefore they don't have that sort of reach out to other parts of the country. So there are some advantages of it. The big if is whether they can actually cooperate. What we've seen in the past, possibly the best example of infighting in the party was COPE, and it was amongst their leaders. And I think this is something that they will have to avoid, that it becomes internal competition. Because what is a complication for them is that for the next 4 years, until 2029, they are going to have a schizophrenic identity. And that is that on the one hand, there will be this new party only at local government level, while at provincial and national level, according to or in line with the Electoral Act, which prevents parties from dissolving and then still keep their seats in parliament, they have to maintain their current identities. So I think that will be a challenge for them. In order to be able to, in some instances, work together, in other instances, they are still the old parties.
And interesting that you think that will present a challenge, because I put that question to the three leaders and their response was we need to give more credit to the South African electorate, and then that they would be able to navigate this, quite easily, and that there would be no confusion. But also with regard to the leadership collective. So what do you make of that? Because I asked them whether there would be a leader, and they said no, there would be a collective. So it's collective responsibility.
Yes, but that's a direct consequence of what I explained now about this sort of dual identities that they have. It will most possibly be only a transitional arrangement until 2029, when they will, strictly speaking, have to dissolve the current parties, the three parties, and then just consolidate everything under what they call the United for New Party. So in that sense, yes, it is relatively unique. The same happened when the Democratic Party was formed before the DA. They also had three leaders, and it was also for a transitional period. So it's not completely unique, and I think it will assist in navigating through what I've mentioned of these dual identities that they have to maintain. Otherwise, if only one of them is the leader of the new party, the other two will automatically become the junior partners of this arrangement.
But does that matter in this instance? Because what they are saying to the electorate is, here we are, we're coming together to promote the values that they mention, like service delivery and good governance. So surely then having a leader, because that's the message that they gave, having a single person is not something that should bother any one of them.
Well, it will bother the people in the party. Those who have positions, those who are part of the party infrastructure, those the administrative people, those who are working for the party, all of them. That's really where the crux of the matter lies, about how they will ultimately see this, because in some instances they might experience this as a potential threat for them and for their own future in these parties.
Well, interesting. We'll see how this develops. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, Professor Dirk Kotzer, political analyst. And love to hear your views. Unite for Change Party. So three parties have come together so far, and they've indicated that they're still open for others to join this party as well.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you the radio drama series Skyline.
Such cockpit medical emergency now.
Cabin crew to your stations.
Where the skies promise adventure, but behind the cabin doors, untold secrets are found.
He's signing off on cheap parts they installed like it's nothing.
Catch the radio drama series every Saturday at 9 p.m. on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa is delivering the closing address at the party's special NEC meeting as we speak. The meeting took a look at some of the key national issues such as the economy, trade and industry, and of course the party's processes towards next year's local government elections. That is currently underway. Let's step in.
Activity. Among other things, this means preferential electricity tariffs for ferrochrome and manganese, as well as steel. We will fast-track the transmission development plan to establish or to install 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines for our electricity grid. The second intervention is to accelerate the recovery of our freight and logistics sector. Progress is being made in this regard, but we want to fast-track this. This includes the implementation of Transnet's recovery plan, private sector participation in rail and port operations, and upgrading of export corridors. The third intervention is to rebuild our chrome and manganese industries. We will finalize chrome and manganese export tariffs, implement defensive duties, on dumped imports, and expand alloys and battery precursor production. The NEC resolved that the fourth intervention must be to improve the capacity of the state to manage major projects. This is to address infrastructure delays due to weak capacity and fragmented coordination in making projects either bankable or projects to reach a state of completion. We will professionalize the project management cadre, establish a cross-government coordination unit, and ring-fence catalytic projects. These would be the big-ticket projects that we want to see established. The fifth intervention is to drive local economic development and investment in local infrastructure, with a particular focus on townships and rural areas and small towns. We will establish municipal local economic development technical units. We will integrate local economic development into the district development model and link local infrastructure spend to industrial policy. The sixth intervention focuses on labor activation initiatives, as well as public employment. This requires a massive scale-up of the presidential employment stimulus and other public employment programs. Importantly, it will include reskilling for industrial sectors and expanding artisan and apprenticeship pipelines. The seventh intervention agreed by the NEC is to expand SMME support and investment by development finance institutions. In particular, concessional finance and market access for SMMEs should be expanded. Development finance institutions will be transformed into catalytic investors. The eighth intervention is to enable the growth of provincial economies outside the main economic centers. This will include the revitalization of industrial parks with localization targets, aligning these with specific economic zones and corridor planning. The focus will be on labor-absorptive sectors such as agro-processing, light manufacturing, cannabis, and textiles. The ninth intervention is to accelerate the diversification of our trade partners, to strengthen our participation in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and address the impact of tariff and non-tariff barriers. This will include an emergency industrial support package for sectors affected by increased tariffs. We will expand exports under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as well as exports to BRICS countries and indeed to other markets where we will be paying visits in due course. The 10th and final intervention is to ensure effective budget and macroeconomic coordination. We will develop a sustainable budget negotiation strategy in the context of the Government of National Unity. We will align fiscal, monetary, trade, and industrial policy and mobilize development finance institutions as well as pension funds for productive investment. And in the course of this, we will, of course, want to develop and craft innovative financing models or processes that will enable us to have the financial resources to be able to finance the various infrastructure catalytic projects. These 10 interventions align with and support the work underway in all spheres of government. They signal the urgency and the intent of the African National Congress as we move rapidly to address the economic emergency that we currently face as a country. The NEC resolved that an economic war room should be established in the presidency to coordinate cross-government performance monitoring and publish regular scorecards on progress. Fundamental to the success of these efforts will be sound institutional governance. Professionalization and merit-based appointments are going to be non-negotiable. The ANC supports the implementation of the public service professionalization framework, ensuring that the public administration is skilled, ethical, and insulated from factional politics. The capacity of the state to deliver on projects requires serious engineering, financial and project management capabilities that need to be rebuilt. And we will want to focus on this at all layers of government, at national, provincial, and especially at local government level. We need to rebuild and reform state-owned enterprises to be effective developmental instruments. We are already seeing quite a lot of progress in a number of our state-owned enterprises as they are regaining their own capability and also attracting experienced and well-qualified people to come and work in there. The efficient and well-governed state-owned enterprises are vital to economic growth and also vital to our national competitiveness. Corruption corrodes competitiveness. We therefore insist on consequent management, lifestyle audits, and enforcement of integrity standards across the public sector. The SIU reports that are coming through are demonstrating that we are serious about fighting corruption, and they will be acted on. The SIU has made tremendous progress in addressing or helping us to address the spate of corruption that has been spreading throughout. Government reform is not only about compliance, it is also about restoring public confidence and trust and enabling the state to lead investment and industrialization effectively. Economic transformation is the moral and strategic mission of the African National Congress. With coordinated industrial policy, strong institutions, and an innovation-driven growth strategy, the nation can reclaim its role as Africa's industrial leader. And we should say that in this regard, many that we interact with globally continue to see our country as the gateway into the rest of the continent, meaning that our standing and stature is still recognized. We therefore need to strengthen this position. This requires social partnerships to raise the level of capital investment in strategic areas for growth, innovation, and overall structural transformation. The effectiveness of these interventions must be measured in factories that are opened, infrastructure projects that are embarked upon, and opportunities that are created for a new generation, and an increasing flow of investment, both international investment coming through and local investors demonstrating their further confidence in the economy of their own country. Transformation is not an event. It is a process of building
Well, our apologies. We have to leave that there because that picture has frozen on us. So we'll leave it there. ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa delivering the closing address at the party's special NEC meeting. Interesting there, the mentioning of lifestyle audits once again. And, just thinking back, this goes back to the Zuma administration. I think it was, I can't remember who was the minister, when they first mooted this idea of lifestyle audits around 2009, 2010, thereabouts. But then, of course, at the Mangaung conference in 2012, that was the first time that the ANC actually, had a resolution regarding lifestyle audits for its members because they were concerned about entrepreneurs. They were concerned about public servants who were getting very wealthy very quickly. But then, of course, it went on. Cyril Ramaphosa was elected 2017. He mentioned it when he was elected. He mentioned it in his first State of the Nation address in 2018, the lifestyle audits. There was a pilot in 2021. Here we are. We keep hearing about these lifestyle audits, but don't seem to see anything being done concretely. Anyways, let's listen to some of your voice notes.
Good afternoon, Sakina. This is Salim. Sakina, I'm quite surprised that the detainees, ones that have been abducted, are treated so well. We know that over 10,000 of Palestinian, children included, old people are included, women are included, are held in detention. They call that administrative detention in Israel. They are tortured, they are raped, they are killed, they are treated so badly, inhuman condition. I can't believe that they would treat someone badly. We know what kind of country. They don't believe in human rights. They don't believe in anything that is right.
Why is Patricia de Lille always so shocked when one talks to her about corruption? Oh, she's the whistleblower. She is this, she is that. She will call out corruption wherever she smells it. But when it was time to vote on Section 89 in the Pala Pala saga, she abstained. She couldn't take a stand because she's employed by Ramaphosa. And so she had to shut up. Teresa.
Says Sakina, hi, I wore this GCK counter from Usin. Says Sakina, man, call upon Minister of Transport and Minister of Police or Caretaker Police. Hey man, they must come in and chip in. The terror that is unleashed by taxi operators is uncalled for. Taxi operators are bullying everyone countrywide. And the police and the Minister of Transport, they're doing nothing about it. What must happen next? Hi man, South Africa can't be so lawlessness because of taxi operators bullying the citizens of South Africa. Something must be done. Every day, terror by taxi operators to the citizens. Something must give in. Something must be done. Let me rest my case for now. Jessica, counter from Sina.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. And good to be back. First day back. And certainly went very well. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks to the production team as well. And we'll pick up on all of these stories and more, keeping an eye on these developments. But stay tuned to SABC News for the latest. Right now, it's 1 o'clock. Here's Ondela Mbana to bring you up to speed.
Thank you, Sakina and the team on the top stories. Ramaphosa wins judgment appeal on AmaZulu King recognition case and calls for more safety measures following Tarvan shooting. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good day. We start with the breaking news. President Cyril Ramaphosa has won an appeal of the judgment of the High Court in Pretoria in December 2023. It had set aside the recognition of AmaZulu King Misuzulu Kazwelithini. The Supreme Court of Appeal has set aside the High Court order which had invalidated President Ramaphosa's recognition of the king and replaced it with an order to dismiss Prince Mbonisi Bekitemba Bekizulu's application with costs. We'll have details in our next bulletin. The state has called for the advocate of the alleged mastermind in the killing of the former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Magaqa to recuse himself. Advocate Christoph van Schalkwyk was representing the former Umzimkhulu municipal manager Zwelipansi Skosana in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg. Skosana appeared alongside two other accused for the first time this morning. Advocate van Schalkwyk also represented Sibusiso Ngengwa, who had pleaded guilty in June and implicated Skosana. State prosecutor Advocate Lawrence Gaba said Advocate van Schalkwyk cross-examination of Ngengwa when he testified for the state would be in conflict of interest. The case has been stood down for legal teams to discuss the next court case. The Forum for South Africa has called for tighter safety measures at drinking establishments and stronger action against gun violence. The call follows the deadly shooting at a tavern in Zitobeni, Bronkhorstspruit in Gauteng in the early hours of yesterday. 5 people were killed and 6 others wounded when 2 gunmen opened fire on patrons. Police have launched a manhunt for the suspects who are known in the community. FOSA National Leader Tebogo Mashilumbane.
FOSA also calls on tavern and pub owners to take responsibility for the safety of their patrons by ensuring that everyone entering their premises is properly searched and that no firearms or dangerous weapons are allowed inside. Safety checks at entrances must become a strict standard to protect both customers and staff.
Johannesburg City Power has appealed to protesting contractors to make way for vehicles and workers that are supposed to attend to power outages. The disgruntled contractors have blocked the entrance of the City Power head office in Johannesburg. The power utility says the protest is linked to a payment dispute between management and some of the contractors who were working on a Human Settlements Department funded project in Vlakfontein. City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangena.
While City Power was appointed as the implementing agent for electrification, the payment of the services linked with the project is the responsibility of the department. As things currently stand, access to our head office has been hindered, preventing employees and also trucks that are supposed to respond to the outages from entering and leaving the premises. We appeal to the protesters to clear the entrances, as the blockade is not only affecting the operations in the head office, but also impacting on the service delivery across the city.
The team of 5 seasoned investigators that has been deployed to France has not yet left South Africa. Last Friday, the Police Ministry announced that the National Police Commissioner Fandi Masemula had deployed the team to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of South Africa ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, were thoroughly and transparently investigated. Mthethwa was found dead in a Paris hotel's inner courtyard last Tuesday morning after falling from the 22nd floor. He was 58. Our correspondent, William Danslow, is in Paris.
We have reportedly had the release of the death certificate, so now this autopsy release will be seen crucial not just for the investigation to go forward, but also for the crucial repatriation of the body as well, with the family certainly hoping that that can happen in an expedient manner as possible. Of course, while that is taking place, we also know that these 5 South African investigators are travelling to France and will be working in conjunction with the French authorities this week as the investigation into what exactly transpired and why it transpired a week ago continues at pace.
The International Relations Department has given the assurance that a process is underway to return the South Africans who were on board the flotilla to Gaza back home. Over 100 activists from the Global Sumid flotilla were deported to Turkey after being intercepted and detained at sea while trying to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza. They include the late former President Nelson Mandela's grandson, Mandla Mandela. Crispin Puri is the department's spokesperson.
Our specialist team met with the South African delegation who are currently detained in an Israeli prison facility. The delegation has confirmed that the detainees are in good health and in high spirits. The necessary procedures for their safe passage and return home to South Africa are advancing steadily.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa has won an appeal of the judgment of the High Court in Pretoria in December 2023. It had set aside the recognition of AmaZulu King Misuzulu Kazwelithini. I am Ondilambana for SFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Hi South Africa, my name is Mazola Molefe, SABC senior journalist and touchline reporter. What makes me laugh? A lot of things make me laugh. Family, seeing my kids grow, becoming the human beings that they are. Some of the stories that I come across are quite laughable. My favorite setup in the house has to be my man cave. I've got a wife and 2 kids. Not that I'm trying to run away from them, but if I had to choose between being a pilot, taxi driver, and a bus driver, it's a tough one. I wouldn't choose either, but if we put a gun to my head, maybe a bus driver. It's tough to walk in the mall sometimes because people are stopping you, wanting breaking news, wanting updates on everything. So that's what I love the most about SABC.
Catch sensational touchline reports on match days with Mazola, Super Journal Killer Molefe. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
music is playing all day. To the place where we sit next to God.
It is Zama Jobe coming through with Naoyami. It will remain her most seminal body of work, this particular album, coming out in 2004. And this was the lead single for the album. It celebrated 20 years, if I remember correctly. Yeah, right, ne? Yeah, 20 years. She was on the show last year. And we were reflecting back on this album, as well as what the future holds for her. I know that she's currently working on some new music, so hopefully that project is going to hit the shelves sometime soon. Or maybe I even stand to be corrected. Maybe it has hit the shelves. It is The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAFM, leading the conversations that move you. I hope you had a spectacular weekend, and that you actually managed a little bit of rest this weekend. Don't know about you. I had a good weekend. I had a lovely weekend. I was talking to one of my colleagues here today, and I was asking him how was his weekend. It turned around in his chair and he said, I had a beautiful weekend. There's just something about males. I think males have fun whenever we're not around. Whenever we are not with them, they really have the most fun. Coming up on the show today, we're going to be touching base with the Pension Funds Adjudicator, and we're going to be unpacking the 2025 annual report, which was presented in Parliament, or is going to be presented in Parliament. So we'll find out what is in the report and what that speaks to. We're also going to be touching base with award-winning poet Usipokazi Jonas, and we're going to just be catching up on her book, which is titled Weeping Becomes a River. And the UJ debut prize win as well. So that's coming up in this first hour. We'll also be in conversation with the folks from the Women in Festival 2025. We'll find out what's on the program from the founding director around that. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, we are going to unpack a little bit more around that constitutional court ruling that redefined parental leave. Remember, we updated in real time around that last week when that verdict came in via the Constitutional Court, which granted parental leave for both maternal and paternal parents. So both mom and dad can now share that 4-month maternity leave that is usually granted to moms, but it also extends to parents beyond just mom and dad. So we'll unpack it a little bit further with some legal experts and to get a proper understanding around what that looks like, and also when we should expect that Parliament will be reworking that legislation to make it final. So that's coming up after 2. I'll let you know what else is on the agenda for after 2 o'clock, closer to the time. It's just gone 1:15 o'clock right here on SAFM with myself, Bridget Masinga. 086 000 2032 is the number that you can call us on, and 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's SAFM to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms and conditions apply.
Fellow taxpayers, make tax matters a #1 priority by submitting your personal income tax return by the 20th of October 2025 deadline. Once your tax return is submitted, you'll receive a notice of assessment stipulating if there's any tax-assessed debt due to SARS or not. Should you owe, it's crucial to settle tax obligations on time to avoid any penalties or interest charges. SARS, at your service.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana,
the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up. S3.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, let's have a conversation now with Mubango Lukaimani, who is the pension funds adjudicator, and we're looking at the 2025 annual report for her office in Parliament, and we'll unpack exactly what was in that report and how it pertains and concerns you. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm well, thank you, and afternoon to you as senior listeners.
Thank you so much for the time, Mubango. We appreciate it. Let's get into it. Firstly, maybe let's understand what the pension funds adjudicator is tasked with overseeing.
Well, the pension funds adjudicator resolves complaints of pension fund members who are registered under the Pension Funds Act. So we don't deal with funds like the government employees, pension fund, Transnet pension fund. They have their own legislation, and then we deal mainly with the private sector funds. Our service is free, and once we have resolved a complaint, we'll issue orders that have the same sort of stature as a High Court judgment.
Mubango, I want to switch lines quickly because we're getting some fuzz from the line that you're currently using. So my producers are just going to drop on you for a moment and then try to maybe call you on WhatsApp or something different where we can get clarity or a clearer line, because this line is not really clear. We're in conversation with Mubango Lukaimani, who's the pension funds adjudicator, and already just from trying to get an understanding as to the responsibilities and the tasks of the adjudicator's office, a lot was lost in conversation because the line wasn't really as crisp as we would like it to be. We've got a different line now ready, so we are going to try her on that line. Mubango?
Yes, I hope you can hear me clearer.
Yes, this is much better, much better, because I think a lot of what you were saying was lost in the fuzz of that line, unfortunately. So maybe if we can just rewind it back to that first question, and then we'll get into the report.
That is fine. The Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator is tasked with resolving pension fund complaints. So if you are a member of a fund and you have a complaint arising from some sort of administration of the fund, then we are able to assist you free of charge.
I see. All right. So the 2025 annual report, this was compiled by your office and is going to be presented in Parliament, if I'm not mistaken.
It was actually tabled on the 30th of September and approved by the time, so it's released now.
It's released now. All right. And then walk us through that report.
I think the highlights in the report really are that our complaints have increased. If you saw, we dealt with 10,331 new complaints, and we finalized just 1,700 odd. The office continues. I think if you read our report, you must read it in conjunction with the data that comes from the Financial Sector Contact Authority now and then, because it indicates that the highest complaints that we have received in terms of category are those that deal with employers that have failed to pay contributions over we didn't receive so much in terms of two-pot complaints, but they are starting to trickle in. I think that members of funds and our is the fact that employers continue to default paying.
So you mentioned that one of the highest complaints there were complaints dealing with employers failing to pay contributions. What would be, the circumstances surrounding that? Because I'm assuming that these were contributions that were deducted for the purposes of being paid into pension funds. So why would they not be ultimately paid in?
I think it's to some general delinquency. Sure, in certain instances, it's about maybe employers facing a cash crunch. There are other sectors where you find that employers would render a service and then payments would delay, and then they intend paying their statutory obligations. But this is something that has not really been analyzed to say why it is that it's happening. For us, we can only deal with the payments were not made and then order that they be paid. The people that can look into the causes are the Financial Sector Conduct Authority and the funds themselves, because it's a legal persona on its own, and therefore the board is the one that is tasked with ensuring that contributions are paid. It's quite unfortunate because the legislation goes further to make it a criminal offense if contributions are not paid over to funds. However, funds continue not to enforce that against employers. I think if we saw a little bit of enforcement, then out of that, we would be able to work out why the delinquency is so high.
And I want to perhaps, I don't know if it's in your purview or maybe even just your professional observations around the lack of enforcement, with these matters. But the adjudicator, the pension funds adjudicator, in these instances where you get these complaints, what kind of interventions can you then deploy in these situations? And is there anything that you can do that speaks to the enforcement of the funds being paid?
Yes, what we do is we will investigate and then we'll issue our order, and then we will file the order with the High Court. What we have been doing over the recent past is to quantify in rand amount what exactly is owed, because then the member is able to go to the sheriff, and the sheriff is able to then go and attach whatever property they can attach at the employers to pay over the debt. Unfortunately, even if we can see that an employer is dealing in terms of member X, we can only issue an order in terms of the member that has complained. So we can't now then turn around and say the employer must pay for all their employees if they have not complained. So what we do in that regard is we will then flag the issue with the FSCA, or we will then task the board of that fund itself to say, can you go and have a look at this employer to make sure that they are paying for all other employees that are supposed to be members.
If we can maybe run through some of the other significant findings with this 2025 report. I know there was something that spoke to the private security sector's Provident Fund as well.
Yes, that unfortunately continues to be the major driver of this part of the complaints, because in that sector you find that there are companies that open here and then they close. Sometimes they get short-term contracts. So the level of non-compliance in that sector is also driven to some extent by the business model that the private security sector follows. So we just track it because it's a fund that has got about 500,000 members. And unfortunately, they also have other governance issues. So therefore, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority is also looking at them in terms of governance in general, apart from just the participating employers not paying contributions. I think the other aspect that everybody can try and do for themselves is that our third highest complaint category deals with death benefits, because as you know, if you pass away as a member of a pension fund, even if you have indicated how you would like the benefit to be paid, it's ultimately the trustees of that fund that decide how to allocate the funds to those that you are dependent on. And I think in this regard, we just continuously plead with members to say, yes, the trustees are not bound by your nomination form, but it assists them if you were to complete such a nomination form. And also, people must be able to prove, you can't just come and say, this person was supporting me with 2,000 rands a month without proof of that. So it's important that when you go and claim from a fund, you don't just assert that you were entitled to a benefit without providing some form of proof.
You know, and we've had a lot of conversations around that, Mubango, especially on the show in recent months. Here's something that's just come to my mind. And I remember the last guest we spoke to, who's a, what was she now? A fiduciary expert. And the question that just came to my mind is this, the comment was, if you know or suspect that someone or your loved one was a member of a pension fund upon their passing, you must then go present yourself and make that necessary application, right, for the trustees to consider. But here's the thing: how do you know, like as people who work SABC, how would people know that who is the pension fund for your company once you pass? Because a lot of this information folks don't necessarily openly share with their family members to say, I have a pension fund here, there, and here else. How can people find out if you, which pension fund a person was associated with?
People must contact their HR, and also once you start working and your employer says you participate in a fund, you are supposed to get what we call a membership certificate. If you don't get a membership certificate maybe within 6 months, then you must follow up to try and ascertain which fund you belong to, because it is important that you know that, because sometimes you find that a person just says, I belong to Alexander Forbes, but Alexander Forbes is not a fund. They are a company that run multiple funds. Therefore, you need to really be certain. But people also need not, if they cannot ascertain that information, the law also makes it the responsibility of the fund that a person belongs to chase after, to launch a proper investigation and ascertain who were the dependents of a particular member. And if, for example, the fund doesn't investigate properly and you come and complain after the fact, and we then find that the fund should have, with a reasonable investigation, the fund should have identified you, we will still order them to pay you a benefit, even if they have released the benefit to the incorrect people or to the correct people without including you, because the fund is obliged in terms of the Act to investigate properly.
Awesome. Mubango, we appreciate the time this afternoon. Mubango Lukaimani, who's the pension fund's adjudicator. It's gone 1:30. It's time for us to catch up with the headline news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has successfully appealed the December 2023 Gauteng High Court in Pretoria's judgment that set aside the recognition of AmaZulu King, His Majesty King Misuzulu Kazwelithini. The state has called for advocate of the alleged mastermind in the killing of the former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Magaqa to recuse himself, and Japanese stocks have hit a record high after the country's ruling Liberal Democratic Party names Sanei Takaichi as its new leader. This move has positioned the pro-business politician to be Japan's next prime minister. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM's Meeting Point invites you to join Koketso Sachane for a roundtable dialogue on the crime and gangsterism plaguing the Cape Flats. Join us at the SABC1's M1 studios in Cape Town, where Koketso, together with guests, unpack the crisis and asks how we can make our communities safer. Tune in to The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane on Wednesday, the 8th of October, as we unpack this critical conversation. To be part of the studio audience, email info@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you the radio drama series Skyline.
Press that to cockpit medical emergency now.
Cabin crew to your stations.
Where the skies promise adventure, but behind the cabin doors, untold secrets are found.
He's signing off on cheap parts they installed like it's nothing.
Catch the radio drama series every Saturday at 9 p.m. on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
I swear it wasn't talkback. If you're listening to the radio, which you are, I swear it was not talkback. We're going to attribute it to creativity. Because there's someone listening going, oh, I heard it, the voice was coming back twice. No, it wasn't talkback. It was just creative production. From the radio drama guys. How are you doing, Spogazi?
Wonderfully, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. My next guest that joins me now in studio is Spogazi Jonas, an award-winning poet, author, artist, and producer. Technically, this is stages, pages, screens, and more. But consider the liner played. Wandile, my new technician, is going, what are you talking about? So we're going to get into a conversation now with award-winning poet, author, artist, producer, Spogazi Jonas. She's joining us. Recently awarded the University of Johannesburg Prize for South African Writing in English, winning for both the debut and main prize category. Why are you shaking your head?
I think you may be manifesting.
Am I manifesting?
The main prize.
I swear I'm not manifesting. My producers are manifesting.
I receive. In fact, when I do, I'm going to come back here and
you're going to come back here and say you got
just
it.
the debut prize for now.
Just the debut prize.
The wonderful Barbara and Shabnam Khan won the joint winners of the main prize.
Of the main prize. Yeah. Lovely. Well, congratulations for the debut prize, and that's for your book, Weeping Becomes a River.
That's correct.
Let's unpack that title, and then we'll get into the book. Weeping Becomes a River. Tell us more.
Goodness, I get this question quite a lot, and I say it's about interpretation. But for me particularly, it was an unblocking of some things that I'd been sitting with, particularly as a early democracy baby, sort of just before the Mandela generation, where we went through transitional years of South Africa's democracy. And we were sitting with this in-betweenness of going to Model C schools, losing our mother tongue, losing so much of our culture in order to take on English in particular, and then finding this difference or difficulty of navigating. So the weeping and the river was the flow of sharing a lot of that experience and figuring out creative ways of being when one lives with that hybridity. So that's a big part of what the title means to me. Yeah.
And then the book in itself, and I mean, I know I jumped. I didn't even ask about the price yet. I've jumped straight into the book. but the book. Tell us, give us a synopsis of the book.
Well, first of all, the form of the book is actually quite interesting because it's a poetry collection, but I've woven it together with Intsomi.
What's
Intsomi is Inganekwane, so it's traditional forms of South African storytelling and Xhosa in particular. So I really love that tradition because my mom used to tell us Intsomi. And I believe I'm a writer and an artist because of that in particular. So for me, it was a way of rewriting, using some significant tropes and some significant parts of that tradition to write about the difficulties of moving through the world with this colonial legacy. That the fact that we're even speaking in English in this moment, it's like, no, I don't have to tell you about it. So it's that experience of moving in between, and it combines these different forms and it breaks some rules because, as you said earlier, I work page, stage, screen, all of those different, and I wanted to bring those onto the page to be in conversation, to be in tension as well. So that book is, what does it look like to belong to so many worlds and struggle, but also to find a new language for navigating what that looks like. It's mostly in English, but partly in Xhosa.
Partly. Oh, interesting. Would there be an intention then to, because obviously the book being centered around the dualities of journey, I understand why even from a language perspective it's presented in the two.
Right.
But it seems as though part of what you also, I don't know if maybe I'm deciphering incorrectly, is you are antagonizing our relationship